Tonight you have 16 items on consent. The first item is the approval of the regular meeting minutes from October 6th. Item number B2 is the approval of City Council workshop meeting minutes from September 15th, 2025. Consent item B3 is the approval of special meeting minutes from September 24th, 2025 and October 6th, 2025. Item B4 is the approval of the closed session minutes from a date that I'm looking up right now, from September 24th, 2025. And you have those at your desk, and the city clerk will take those up once the meeting is over. Item B5 is the approval of City Council rules of procedure amendments. There's two suggested rule changes that we would like. We noticed that inside your rules of procedures that the workshop date at some point in the past was changed, so we are proposing to change that time, the start time, to 5 p.m. for the workshop. And also the second item that we had was that during public comment, if people will submit written public comments or public hearings, then we wanted a time limit associated with those too. And I've also placed at your desk, Mayor Pro Tem had made a few more suggestions to the rules of procedure. And so those are listed, as you can see, at Rule 9 on the first page there. A, we're changing the location from City Hall to City Works. We're restructuring 1, 2, 3, 4 on the second page to be 1A, where the public hearing, public comments are to be read aloud for those 3 minutes, and then the 2, 3, and 4, restructuring that. Rule 37 is the same, that we're restructuring the listing from 1A and 2, 3, and 4, just to clean up the way it's written for those rules. So those are for item B5. B6 is, given that the Christmas tree lighting ceremony occurs on the same date as the City Council meeting in December, and tree lighting's at 6, we were asking that we move the council meeting start at 7:30 p.m. Item B7 is the acceptance of Cedar Tree Drive at Smith Farm subdivision. And this has to do with the streets and the curbing and the sidewalks and storm drainage. All those items have been inspected by city staff and have been found to be in compliance with city standards. The second page does show a map that's in your packet, and Mayor Pro Tem did point out that there's Cedar Tree Drive that's highlighted, but there's also an alley there that's listed as Cedar Tree Drive. That should be Holly Tree Alley. And so we're not accepting the alleys, given that alleys are private, so we're accepting the area that's highlighted on the map.
Did you also clarify the extent of Cedar Tree Drive that we were accepting, how far it runs?
It runs the length of the highlight, given that Bellwood actually turns now and turns up into the neighborhood, so that's still listed as Bellwood Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Item B8 is a budget amendment number 4 to fund the repair of the downtown kiosk at Stowe Park. There's 2 quotes listed, and of course, the budget amendment is for the lower of the 2 quotes at $13,426.02. And the quotes are included in item B8. Item B9 is a follow-up to various meetings where we discussed the yard waste collection procedures and chapters 50 in our code of ordinances and chapter 92. And so this summarizes the discussion points that we had over the past couple meetings, and there's an ordinance to adopt the changes to chapter 50 and chapter 92, which includes we now have various changes in there that would include the rollout curbside collection is now an option for, yard waste in the new ordinance. So there's a lot of suggested corrections in here, and then Mayor Pro Tem also included a few more suggestions for corrections included in the ordinance.
Nothing substantive, just grammar, syntax, things like that.
Correct.
Thank you, Jim. You're welcome.
Appreciate that, Jim.
And for agenda item B10 is budget amendment number 5, where if we are going to have these rollout containers for yard waste, we need to purchase the yard waste rollouts. And so this budget amendment number 5 allows us to purchase 500 rollout carts in the amount of $35,560.11. So you have a budget amendment ordinance included. Also in the consent agenda for item B11 is the yard waste ordinance and the fee schedule adjustment. So we are going to change our fee schedule to include the yard waste rollout for cart purchases of $85, and so you have that included in the new fee schedule. Item B12 is to award the lowest bid for Poplar Street Phase 2 capital improvement project, and this is the stormwater project that goes along Poplar Street, Hall Street, and Johnston Street. It also includes paving and sidewalk repairs that we've been working on over the past several months in design. The city did receive one bid. The initial bid only received one bid. We did open that bid, re-advertised, and during the second bid opening, only one bid was received, and the amount is $575,246.10. So this is to award the lowest bid to Custom Paving, also known as Quinn Sales Incorporated. Item B13 is the Poplar Street budget amendment, and so we are amending the budget to include this project. We're taking restricted fund balance for streets in the amount of $385,000 to $385,247, plus $190,000 from stormwater capital to make a new project amount of $575,246.10. Item B14 is establishing a capital project ordinance for the Poplar Street project that was just discussed, given that this project will more likely extend fiscal years. So item B14 approves capital project fund for Poplar Street project. Item B15 is the proposal to amend the City of Belmont Ordinance 71.03. This was discussed recently regarding large trucks on Dewey Avenue. And so the police department went through the ordinance, and there's an ordinance to resolve or amend our ordinance to eliminate large truck traffic through certain city streets. These also include 6th Street between US 2974 Wilson Boulevard and Church Street, and also Brook Street between 5th Street and Tucker Street. Those two items were already had been approved in the past for no through truck traffic, so we're just adding those two items in with Dewey Avenue for no truck traffic. So item B15. And item B16 is a proposed budget amendment to appropriate general fund unrestricted fund balance in the amount of $82,434 for 2 vehicles in the Recreation Department and the Community Development Department. We were going to lease these 2 vehicles. It's included in the budget for leases. And staff thought that purchasing 2 vehicles is the better financial decision instead of leasing, given that the low mileage expected per year. So instead of leasing in our healthy unassigned fund balance, we wanted to go ahead and just purchase those vehicles outright instead of leasing throughout the year. And those are the items B1 through 16. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Miles. Any questions for any of the items on the consent agenda?
I've got a few. So 8, B8, the kiosk. My understanding is there's only 1 kiosk right now that's needing attention and repair. Is that right?
That's
There's
correct.
3 total, right?
Yeah, the one that, the motherboard that has gone down is the one at Stoke Park.
Okay.
Are there 3 or 2? I thought there were 2.
I think there's
2. So this is just for the one repair. B10, the yard waste rollout. So we're gonna we're gonna go ahead and pre-order 500 of those. Is that allocating the funding, or is that actually purchasing 500 before we know kind of, how many we're gonna?
No, what we talked about doing is going ahead and having a budget amendment for the full 500.
Okay.
This is the cheaper option. If we order just 100 carts, it's a greater amount. So we said, let's go ahead and consider a full budget amendment for 500, but then only order a smaller quantity.
Okay.
Because we don't have any people sign up. We want to have like 500 carts sitting back here for
Because we don't
years.
know what the demand's gonna be exactly yet.
Right.
Okay. All right, and then the last thing is really just, do we have a time frame on B14 if the capital project for Poplar Street is approved? When that could begin?
I asked our public works director on what it is in the contract, and let me check real quick. Let's see. 90 days from the notice to proceed is what the contract amount is. We've not given the notice to proceed this time, of course. That's once the contract gets approved, then we send the notice to proceed and have 90 days to complete the project after that.
Oh, so completion within 90 days.
Correct.
Wow. That's all I had.
Okay, did you have?
Yeah, Jim, I have a few. So back to B8 on the kiosk repair, do we have data telling us how much these are used? Because we're about to spend, what, almost $14,000 on the repairs for this. I mean, is it worth the investment? I've never personally seen someone use it. I just don't know, since it's touchpad, if we get user data.
I don't know that question. I don't know the answer to that
I'm
question.
seeing, no.
We don't have that.
So piggyback off what Alex just said, how often is this thing breaking? Like, how often are we having to fix electronics and
I
parts?
think this is the first time that this
Okay.
thing has gone down, but it's out of warranty, and so we just have to replace everything, yeah.
I don't think you're gonna get much use out of it. I think it's really more for those who aren't familiar with the businesses and the opportunities and parks and things like that.
I mean, that's fine. I just think it might be nice to get the user data before we make an investment out of our city budget for this.
I see our downtown director shaking her head.
I don't think we can get that data.
It's not available.
No, it does not, no. Vigorously shaking. her head.
I don't think it counts like the number of times people were having to tap it over.
Okay. Secondly, on the yard waste, what do we think the timeline is for that to roll out and then a citizen is able to buy an actual container in the city and receive one?
I don't know how long it will take us to deliver. I don't know how long, what the lead time is on delivery. Looks like Jonathan, do you have any idea, Jonathan, on the lead time for delivery?
That is a long walk.
Well, gosh, yeah, you see, you gotta get here early, Jonathan, otherwise there's not gonna be a seat.
We don't have a time frame yet on delivery, from time of placing the order. That's difficult to answer right now.
And then just to clarify though, too, on the same thing, Jonathan, we still are allowing citizens to potentially use their own bins, right?
We are not prohibiting that.
Okay. Did we ever talk about putting in minimum requirements in regards to what the bins, if a citizen decides to use their own bin?
Or maximum
Or
requirements.
maximum requirements, probably better yet?
Yes, we did talk about that, and we decided not to put that inside the ordinance. We prefer that citizens purchase a can from us, and instead of like putting into an ordinance various options for citizens to use their own can. We thought that we might get various sizes, and people would put a lot of things in there. You know, we talked about the mechanical truck being able to lift versus like a smaller can. Our folks would have to lift. And then if they broke, we thought that would be an issue as well. So we decided just if you have a need for yard waste and you want a container, go through us.
Okay. But we're not prohibiting it if someone does utilize their own, unless a project comes across.
There's various citizens that place them curbside now. We're not planning to go around and say, no, we're not, want to stop everybody from the things that y'all been doing for years. That,
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm just trying to make sure. Thank you, Jonathan.
Alex, sorry, to your question though, on the vendor, are we using Waste Brother for these carts too, or is that another company?
No, currently we would utilize city resources and staffing for the yard waste.
Pardon me?
For yard waste collection.
Yeah.
Would be the city.
they're local, aren't they? Charlotte or?
They have an office in Mount
Concord.
Holly, and then I think the regional office is Concord.
So this one may take a little longer to get to your point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it for that. Just one last one on the no through truck traffic. I thought we had also discussed the portion of Keener as you get to Central, including that, as we want them to take a left on RL Stowe as opposed to going down Keener and then taking that left on Central, where we've had a few accidents already.
Right, but that's a state maintained road.
So but are we sending a note to the state to try to get that done, an update on that?
I don't have an update, but that is a state road, so we can't.
Yeah,
get
I don't-
that code.
I don't remember that, but also if we're gonna restrict 10th Street access to, for instance, US Cotton and Parkdale Mills, really their only point of ingress and egress is Parkdale. So if they can't turn, if we're saying they can't come down Keener,
No, I'm saying you can take a left onto RL Stowe. It's the portion when you're on Keener right before you get to Central. At Stowe Manor, it's just
between RL Stowe and Central.
correct.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, because of the problems with turns, that tight radius
Yeah,
there.
correct. I'd just be curious, just whenever we can get an update on that, when we send that off to the state. But Jim, that's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else? I had also a question on the no through truck traffic. Just, it was in the agenda packet as a resolution, and I think it needs to be an ordinance. Has that been changed?
That has been changed.
Okay. Thank you. That's everything. If there are no further questions, that would conclude the work session, and we would move directly into our regular meeting. So I will call the regular meeting of the Belmont City Council for November 3rd, 2025 to order. If everyone would please stand for our invocation, which will be led tonight by Councilman Jason Rosenfeld.
Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together for this important meeting to conduct business on behalf of the city and our residents. We thank you for your provision and blessings upon our community. We especially want to ask this evening for your provision for those who are facing a food shortage due to the current shutdown of the federal government. We also want to thank you for our staff who spent time preparing presentations that we will hear tonight, as well as the diligent work of the brave men and women who are tasked with ensuring our safety. We ask for your guidance as we consider the matters before us this evening, and we pray all of this in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing. Councilman Charlie Hill will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Face the flag and recite with me. Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have several recognitions and acknowledgments to begin the meeting tonight. First, we are going to recognize three members of the Planning and Zoning Board whose terms are expiring, and we want to recognize their efforts and contributions. So if our Planning Director, Tiffany Farrow, would step forward and present these awards. I think we have at least two of the three present here tonight.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. This evening, we wanted to take a few moments to recognize the contributions of three of our Planning and Zoning Board members who are ending their terms with us but have served faithfully through the city for 6 years or greater. And that is our current board chairman, Nick Vesley, Matthew Hart, and Neil Brennan. Both Matt and Nick started their terms on the Planning and Zoning Board in 2019, and each have served 6 years on the Planning and Zoning Board. They have also both, not at the same time, but they have both served as leaders on this board as chairman. Again, Nick's the current chairman, but just before that, it was Matt leading that charge. They have both completed 2 terms in this role, and so because of the current limits of the board, that is why they're ending their terms of service. But through that, they have maintained great attendance on that board and significantly contributed to the conversations and recommendations coming before you all. Neil Brennan has served even more time on our Planning and Zoning Board, completing a 6-year term from 2013 to 2019, and then rejoining the planning board in 2022 through his current term, which ends in 2025. In addition to his role at Planning and Zoning Board, he has also served the city in his role as a member of the Board of Adjustment. But this evening, we wanted to specifically recognize him for his contributions on planning and zoning.
And he is also a former chairman of the board of.
That is correct,
Yes.
yes. So again, each of these three gentlemen have contributed significantly to the city of Belmont and to their roles on the Planning and Zoning Board. And so with that, I'd like to ask any of them that are here tonight, I know Mac, Nick, and I'm not sure if Neil is here, but to come forward and just receive a certificate of appreciation.
Y'all managed to dress alike.
Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all, I was even on the board when we started. Yes.
Or would like to know
Oh,
if you
picture?
There you go.
Got a document, y'all.
Yes.
Leaves look good.
I'll look real short, that's all.
Oh, good smile.
All right, thank you both.
Guys.
Well done. All right, next we have good news for everyone in the city of Belmont. I will recognize our Deputy Chief Alex Hardy, who will announce the Fire Department ISO rating improvement. Yes, good news for everyone's insurance premiums, hopefully.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Citizens of Belmont, I'm pleased to share some exciting news regarding the Belmont Fire Department and the level of fire protection we provide to our community. Following a recent evaluation conducted by the North Carolina Department of Insurance Office of State Fire Marshal, the Belmont Fire Department has officially been upgraded from a Class 3 to a Class 2 fire insurance rating. This new classification will take effect January 1st, 2026, and it represents a significant milestone from our department and the city as a whole. For some background, this rating is a part of a statewide system used to evaluate fire departments based on their ability to provide fire protection and emergency response. The scales range from Class 1, which is the highest, to Class 10. A Class 2 rating places the Belmont Fire Department among the top 3% of fire departments nationwide. The evaluation process is comprehensive and looks at several key areas, including staffing and training, the quality and reliability of our emergency communications, the water supply system and hydrant distribution throughout the city, and our equipment, maintenance, and overall operational readiness. This achievement was made possible through the hard work and dedication of our firefighters, officers, and staff, as well as the continued support from city leadership and other supporting agencies. It's truly a team effort that reflects our shared commitment to public safety and continuous improvement. For residents and business owners, this improved classification may also have a positive impact on your property insurance rates. Since insurance companies use these ratings to help determine premiums, we encourage property owners to contact their insurance providers after January 1st of 2026 to see if they qualify for any reductions. I'd like to thank the Office of State Fire Marshal and specifically the ISO inspection team for their work and professionalism through this process. I also want to express my appreciation to city leadership for their continued investment in personnel, training, and infrastructure that made this possible. Our department remains committed to providing the highest level of service to our citizens. We view this recognition not as a finish line, but as a reflection of our ongoing dedication to protecting life, property, and the community we proudly serve. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, for your continued support of the Belmont Fire Department.
That's remarkable.
Good job to everyone, and especially all the work our department went through to improve that rating. So, very good. Do we have? We're supposed to have Bill Montgomery from the ABC store here. Is he here? Yes. All right. And Jonathan Wilson. Another Jonathan Wilson. Yes. So we will receive an update from the ABC board as to their quarterly distribution.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I am a Jonathan Wilson, maybe not the Jonathan Wilson. But yeah, we have a distribution here for the last 2 quarters, and I just want to recognize Bill and the staff of the ABC store here in Belmont. They've done an exceptional job. We have a check for $95,510.12 for the last 2 quarters. So kudos to you, Bill, and the team, and to council. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, and Bill, the ABC board and store does a wonderful job. They're one of the top performing stores in the state, so we're always appreciative of them. Well,
Good or bad?
yes, all right.
Moving along.
You might mention where these funds go. Oh, yes, the funds go to alcohol education, among other things. Is there DWI, yes. Does this fund our DWI officer when?
I think that's the state.
I think it's great.
That was a state leader, I think it goes to some of the
Okay.
exercises that they.
It's primarily DWI education.
Yeah, alcohol education. Yeah. Well, we are very appreciative of all their efforts. All right, well, that concludes our recognitions and acknowledgments for this evening. Now, before I entertain a motion to set the agenda, there is one change that Miles needs to make us aware of with respect to the quarterly finance report.
Right, I'd like for you all to consider removing the quarterly finance report due to staff members being sick tonight. So if we could move that to a later date, that'd be great.
Okay, with that in mind, I'll entertain a motion to set the agenda as modified with the removal of item C6.
Motion to set the agenda as modified with the date to be determined by Miles and staff.
Motion by Alex, second by Charlie. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda, or excuse me, the agenda for the meeting is set as modified. That does bring us to the consent agenda, so I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Alex, second by Catherine. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now the consent agenda is approved. All right. Moving right along, that brings us to our regular agenda and public comment. So let me make sure, as I think there was some confusion over which sign-up sheet we were signing up for, since we have several public hearings tonight. Let's see here. Is there anyone signed up for general public comment that is neither for the hearing related to Arbor Mill or the hearing on the text amendment regarding landscaping buffers? Is there anyone that just, yes? All right, please come forward. Do we have our rules? Yes. So all speakers have up to 3 minutes in any topic. Please state your name and address. This is a time to bring matters to the mayor and city council's attention. There's generally no discussion or debates, but if warranted, council may ask city staff to follow up with the speaker regarding his or her concern. And yes, this is separate from our other public hearings tonight. So all that said, please state your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much. And I'm from Old Poplar Street, and I'm here regarding the waste.
And your name and address.
Kathy Ferrer, 102 Poplar Street,
Yes.
sorry. And I'm basically here to ask if you would consider extending this. No one on our street has been contacted on this issue. When I watched the 1020 workshop, it appeared they had contacted Stowe Village, but none of our residents have been contacted. And I actually didn't really realize that was going on. I tried to listen to that meeting today. The sound is so poor at one part, I can't even hear what you're saying. So I tried to review it, and I finally found the minutes, but again, I'm working, very difficult. So I tried to go through this 26 pages. It basically leaves us with the same options, I thought, until I just heard that now we may not be able to use our own cans. And that's a real issue in a really developed, mature neighborhood like ours, because we have a lot of yard refuse, I think much more than a lot of other areas. Anyhow, there's only 23 properties on Poplar, and I thought that, I I think you may have asked, this is a pilot program, that's a part of the meeting I couldn't hear, but it's interesting, we're running 500 cans. That's a big budget item, and again, I couldn't review all the financial, I just didn't have time today, since I didn't realize this was going on until yesterday. The other thing is the cost to facilitate to pick up the items. I wasn't clear if that was, does the city own a truck that can pick up these cans already? Okay, so they already do that? I didn't realize that we had that capability. But there still has to be a cost incurred for that truck to go around and run these routes. If there's 500 cans and they're all over the city, that could incur quite an expense. And so it was interesting to me that there was said at that meeting that there would be no additional expense. And then the question of where it is, on one of the pages I saw here, and again, this was hard to review with all the changes, but on page 108 of 124, it says that prohibited placement is driveways. Well, that was one of the big issues about the whole Old Poplar Street, because there are yards where the only place to put this is a driveway. There's at least 4 to 6. Mine's one of them because of the power line situation of where they have to pick up. And I'm just urging you that we could maybe have an on-site meeting with the residents and give the residents the possibility to consider this and go through it so that they could come to the meeting if they wanted with comments and questions they have. Because again, we had no contact or information that this was happening. So I just would ask the council if they would consider that. A lot of these things, they do not pertain to our neighborhood. That area is very unique. And they're just not places. We don't have the grass strips. If you're not on the sidewalk, there's, like I said, 4 or 5 yards, it's only the driveway. And this says you can't put it in the driveway. You know, and I have a minimum of 6 cans a week. I do help 2 elderly neighbors with their yards, but there's a lot of debris, especially like in February when they're printing back. Anyway, I hope you'll consider it. I thank you for your time, your work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I believe all other people signed up for public comment are for one of our public hearings. If that is not the case, please speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, with that being said, that concludes general public comment. We will hear from a number of folks regarding our next item. But without further ado, we move to item C2, public hearing for ZA 2025-04, Park Street UMC Ridge Care Senior Apartments, a request to rezone parcels number 126019, 126025, and 126065 from neighborhood center commercial and general residential to neighborhood center commercial conditional district. Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Alex, seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now in public hearing, and for the staff presentation, I will recognize our planning director, Tiffany Farrow.
All right, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council.
Oh, and maybe I should preface this so that for everyone in the room, this will work somewhat similar to how things work for those of you that attended the planning board meeting. We tend to be less technical than the planning board and focus more on bigger areas, but there will likely be some debate and discussion. Staff will present their report once staff has concluded and council asks its questions of staff. The applicant will have the opportunity to make a presentation. The applicant is generally not restricted to the 3-minute time limit. Obviously, we always appreciate brevity, but the applicant may present and staff may have additional questions for the applicant. When the applicant has finished their presentation, we will open it to general public comment for anyone who has signed up, and the rules for public comment in that segment are the same as they just were for general public comment, that speakers are limited to 3 minutes apiece. And so that's the sort of order of proceeding, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but I wanted to sort of set expectations for this item. Once all speakers have had their say and all questions have been asked by council, we will close the public hearing, and then we'll move into our debate and deliberations over whether to approve the proposed ordinance adopting this amendment. So with that framework in mind, I will turn it back over to Ms. Bailey.
All right, perfect. Again, this is public hearing for ZA 2025.04 for the Park Street United Methodist Church / Bridge Care Senior Apartments project. The request before you tonight is an application to rezone 3 parcels, which total just under 5 acres, to Neighborhood Center Commercial Conditional District in order to allow for the development of a 99-unit independent living facility on the same site as the Park Street United Methodist Church property. The existing church buildings are proposed to remain. The property owner is Park Street United Methodist Church, and the applicant is Wesley Community Development Corporation. The current zoning, there are, again, 3 parcels, so 2 of those parcels, parcel ID 126019 and 126025, are already zoned Neighborhood Center Commercial. However, there is 1 parcel on the particular development site that is zoned General Residential, and that is PID 126065. Looking at the site, you can see that there is a grade drop. I know that the topography lines are a little bit challenging to see, so I'm hoping if you look at your screens closest to you around the room, you can see this, but pretty much the summary there is there's a 12-foot drop in elevation going from the northeast corner down to, northwest corner down to the southeast corner, and there are also 2 single-family dwellings currently located on the site in addition to the church buildings. Those 2 single-family homes are proposed for demolition as a part of the proposed project. Again, there are the church buildings on there, which there are 2 of those that are proposed to remain. One is a 35-foot tall 3-story sanctuary building, and another is a 22-foot tall 1-story community building. This site does not have any floodplain on the properties, and it is located in the protected watershed area, so the applicant is aware that they will need to comply with our watershed ordinance during construction plans if this project is approved. Looking at the surrounding zoning, you can see that there is a mix of zoning types. There is Neighborhood Center Commercial, which is again what their applicant is proposing for this site, general residential, as well as some infill residential zoning. In addition, this particular location is within our Main Street area, specifically the area identified within the Main Street districts as the East End District, and it is right at its entrance, transitioning from the Chronicle District into that East End District. This subject property is also located in the Center City Small Area Plan portion, which is the bottommost image on your screen, and on both of those you can see the star locating the subject property within those larger efforts. In the Center City Small Area Plan, there is multiple zoning types, or not zoning types, I apologize, proposed use types there. One is Center City Core, that is the one that primarily makes it up, and the other is Center City Neighborhood, which does have that one back parcel along Church Street on it. So looking at the architecture for the site, these were included in your packet as well, and recently updated online for everyone to see as well. But you can see that the brick is on the base of the property, and that's one of our development standards in the Land Development Code that we strive for. But they are proposing a fiber cement product on the top portion of the site. The property itself, the building on the property itself is largely proposed as 3 stories. However, there is a 4th story that's a partial 4th story, and you can see that located on the screen as well. The applicant has included some steel detailing, which pay homage to properties like the Chronicle Mill project. It has included some private patio space. Here, this view that you're looking at right now is along East Catawba Street, and it is along the private driveway for some additional parking. So that's that corner you're looking at right there. What we see here is if we were currently on Keener, looking at Catawba Street, you will see another private patio located there at the corner. corner, along with some of the balconies have a better viewpoint from this perspective. And again, the building at Catawba Street is proposed for 3 stories in height. Just wanted to include a site plan for your reference as well on the screen, and there is, again, the same one in your packet of information. But really quickly, and we'll go over transportation and access in more detail, but wanted to showcase the access points here. So there is a right-in, right-out being proposed on both the Park Street and East Catawba Street driveway accesses here. So you can see those in teal, the arrows there on the screen. And then the other driveway accesses on Church are currently full movement today and are proposed to remain full movement. And you can see there on the site plan as well, the location of that proposed 3-story structure, as well as the partial 4th story and how that's situated along the site. The proposed parking lot area and driveways have been reconfigured in order to accommodate the proposed new structure. Looking at topography of how this structure is situated on the site, some of this information was provided in the staff report, but wanted to provide a visual, and we can certainly come back if you have any questions about this. But there is, again, a pretty large grade drop across the site, and then with some steps in the building. Staff just wanted to provide you a reference point there for the top height. So the top height of the church building, this is approximate. I have not gone out and specifically measured on site based on grade plus the suggested height by the applicant, 731 feet at the existing church building today. Along Catawba Street, we're looking at a top height of 724 feet. This is above sea level, so not 724 feet in the air. The proposed grade is the grade above sea level and then plus the height. So what we're looking at is total top height above sea level so that you can compare the tops of those buildings with its surrounding. So again, the proposed 4th story is pushed a little bit back towards Church Street, and that one you can see there does step up with the grade plus the proposed height of that 4-story building to 740 feet, and then it steps back down at Church Street to 728 feet, and then just as a point of reference, staff has included in there the grade of 682 feet above sea level, plus the typical height of a single-family 1-story residential structure of 15 feet in height for just under 700 feet above sea level. So we can, if that's something you guys want to reference back, we can always flip back, but just wanted to let you know that information has been made available. Tree save area, as with all projects, staff reviews the proposed site plan in compliance with our tree save. The applicant here is required to provide 15% of the area of their site as tree safe because they are proposing a multifamily use. However, they are seeking some flexibility in the interpretation of this, not on the 15%, but where our land development code actually requires that any tree that's counted towards tree save, no more than 30% of that critical root zone for that tree can be located outside of a tree conservation easement. So looking a couple steps ahead, and when that was made aware to the applicant, they expressed some concerns because the existing trees that they would like to protect on the site already have some barriers that would prohibit them from putting an easement in place that would allow for more than 30% or less than 30% to be restricted by that. And that's because there's an existing building on the site, so they can't conserve or tree conserve or even plant where there's already that structure on the site. However, the applicant does and has expressed intent to staff want to protect those existing trees directly in front of the existing church building, and they're asking for your consideration to be able to count those, even though the technical requirement might not fit within the standard there. So asking just for flexibility. They acknowledge that because of the reduced protection of that critical root zone, while they want to save those trees and will do everything within their purview to do so, if the trees are damaged due to construction, the applicant understands that they will need to replace those trees and or provide a payment in lieu, which is outlined as an available option already in Chapter 11 of the Land Development Code. I think their preference would be new plantings and then just to put those in the location of the identified tree conservation easement. But they are seeking some relief here, so I wanted to call your attention to that. Along the street frontages, the applicant other than the points that I'm about to make, is able to comply with our street frontage requirements. But they are seeking an alternative frontage specifically along Church Street, which would have a lot of the improvements, the street trees and the screening from parking, but they are proposing relief of the sidewalk specifically along Church Street, as incorporating a sidewalk would further encroach into the available land that they have for parking on that site and result in further parking reduction. So trying to balance out how much land is available with what the needs are for both of the uses proposed. And when staff looked at this with the applicant, realistically, the topography of not only this site, but the adjacent sites would make an extension of that sidewalk on the adjacent properties practically challenging on the southern side of Church Street. Not impossible, nothing's impossible, right, with the right amount of engineering and money. But there is sidewalk, although it is not very wide on the northern side of Church Street. There is already sidewalk there. And so what we were looking at is there a way to increase pedestrian safety in that nearby area and get pedestrians to instead use the existing sidewalk on the northern side in exchange for this relief request? So what they are currently proposing is to go ahead and include new ADA ramps where Park Street and Church Street intersect. So at both of those, new ADA ramps and a new crossing. And then look at
Both sides of the,
both. That's correct, both sides, the down and the receiving.
okay.
And then if the cost for the sidewalk payment in lieu, which is calculated as done in our ordinance, so that's already codified, we would look at that minus the installed improvements at those ADA curb ramps that they already know need to be put in place on the site, and then they are committing to providing that difference as a payment in lieu for this project during construction plan review. They are also seeking flexibility in the sidewalk planning strip location in one specific location that's directly in front of the existing church building along Park Street to allow for the sidewalk to be installed in a way that avoids the existing trees. In order to get the planning strip in there, that existing tree canopy would practically need to be removed, or the sidewalk would need to route on the back side, even closer to the church building. So they're asking for your consideration to maneuver that sidewalk and reduce the planting strip just in that one general location where necessary to avoid the existing tree canopy. In the staff report, it also notes that if those trees get damaged, of course, they would be still putting in the planting strip as our code requires, and they acknowledge that as well. As it relates to open space, the code requires 53,505 square foot of open space based on the current proposed site plan received. And so just for reference, that's a little bit over an acre. Acre is about 43,000 square feet, so about 1 1/4. They are able to, based on the proposed site plan, provide approximately 31,000 square foot of this open space on their development site. They are proposing that the remaining open space be provided as a payment in lieu to the city. Again, this payment in lieu is an option that's already allowed by the Land Development Code, so they're not seeking relief here. What they're actually seeking is just clarification of how that money would be allocated, specifically seeking to reserve $10,000 of that approximately $19,000 payment in lieu total for public art install on the subject site in collaboration with the Main Street Advisory Board to identify a best location and then the type of public art that would be desired by Main Street if this project is approved. So again, it's a part of that, and it's not relief, it is just asking for a specific allocation.
Is that 19,000 also calculated pursuant to a formula in the code?
It is. It's pursuant to Chapter 7 of the Land Development Code for open space, and there is a formula in there for how that's to be calculated. And we would make sure that that is an updated calculation during construction plans as well. That's just an approximate for talking this evening. When we look at parking, the parking spaces that are required when we add both the parking necessary for the proposed senior apartments as well as the civic uses for the church, they tally up to 184 required parking spaces. The provided site plan shows 124 parking spaces on the subject site, broken up into two main parking areas. You can see 98 provided in a lot that's located in between the proposed apartment building and the existing church buildings on the site, and then another 26 with a separate driveway entrance and exit located in between the proposed apartment building and the adjacent sites there. So those combined equal the 124 spaces they're able to fit within the subject development plan. The applicant has expressed that this lessened parking is supported by the fact that independent living facilities typically have much less of a parking need than typical apartment buildings would. And they are also, they have also provided a shared parking agreement with Park Street United Methodist Church and the apartment building use in order to help to support this relief request. Of note, this is a relief request of 60 parking spaces. And I will get into a little bit later what that could look like if shared use is included in that factor as well. Ridgecare has also provided some parking data from their other open existing sites to support their request for relief in this area. And as noted, approximately 20 employee spaces would be anticipated, and that their typical is that less than 10% of their residents on average drive to and from the facilities. As it relates to shared use parking, the Land Development Code already allows for consideration of shared use parking, but typically, if this is to be considered, it would be done between adjacent parcels. So on the screen, I've provided for you a snippet of just the language as it exists in the LDC. And the one I specifically want to note is that while this agreement is in place and the applicant has provided a shared use parking agreement and a copy to staff, which has been included in your packet for consideration, the specific hours have not yet been provided to staff, which means that we have not yet been able to confirm the point that these uses would never overlap, which is noted in LDC when you see that on 4B, where it says we have to ensure that the operating hours of adjoining uses do not overlap. So if shared use parking is something that you want to factor in or consider, they would need relief of that specific provision and to allow for that concept to be applied on this property as well for both of these uses. If that were to happen and you were comfortable with that approach, that would reduce the amount of relief needed for overall parking, but it would still require relief of 30 parking spaces because the shared parking is limited to 50% of the use of each individual use. So since the church's use is less, they need 61 spaces. The apartment building can only count half of that church use for shared parking. So, but it would reduce it, and it would reduce it by 30 if you're comfortable with that approach. As it relates to transportation, when we first got this project back in sketch plan, that's when we typically make a determination on whether or not a traffic study is necessary. This conversation of a project here has been, as you can see, in the works for a while, and so this determination was made back in May 2023, and this originally was in conversations. And looking back at our notes, we see that it hadn't even been identified yet for independent living. It was identified for senior apartments at the time that this determination was made, but with the identified use, even at senior apartments, and then at the time the project had a 7,500 square foot multi-purpose building also proposed on the subject site, the trip generation was nowhere near the identified TIA thresholds in the ordinance, and accordingly, a TIA was not required for this site. Since this determination, additional plans have been done by the city and adopted by City Council, and those include the Vision Zero plan, which was not in play when this determination was made, as well as the pedestrian plan, and the most recently updated and adopted multimodal transportation plan. So again, we made a determination before the city had access to these plans and the data contained within them. But it was well below the TIA thresholds.
And they're not subject to those other plans because they vested before those plans are implemented.
That is technically correct, however, it is a conditional zoning, and so with conditional zonings, you all may enter into any discussions or voluntary agreements that you see fit as it relates to what's needed to support this project. As it relates to multimodal plans, again, we've been working on these plans while the development has been in review. And so, of course, we can't make any staff recommendations until those plans are adopted, because that's not fair to anybody. The recommendations within them could still be in flux. But we have since had conversations with the applicant, and in response to these plans, the applicant is committing to right-in, right-out access for the driveways along East Catawba Street and Park Street in order to try to minimize conflict points there with left turning movements. The applicant is also committing to install ADA ramps for pedestrians crossing Church Street along Park Street and update that crosswalk to enhance pedestrian safety in that area. And the applicant has committed to reserving the right-of-way necessary for the future improvements identified at Park and Catawba as drawn by Gannett Fleming. Staff reviewed the proposed development for consistency, as this is a zoning map amendment, so that's one of the charges that we have. And so because of that, because it's located in the comprehensive land use plan area, but specifically within the small area plan, we wanted to make sure that it could be found to be consistent. So I just have a little snippet in here that I think helps to set the context for this project, but generally, this project is in the Center City core area. Again, there's a small snippet that's Center City neighborhood as it relates to its proximity to Church Street and the existing single family back there. But in the Center City core area, lots of land uses are envisioned. There could be a combination of those, infill, brownfield sites. Appropriate future uses could include retail. It does include residential, commercial, office, civic, institutional, parks, and open space. It says mixed-use development incorporating ground floor retail and commercial spaces and upper floor residential is encouraged. And along commercial streets, all ground floor uses should be non-residential. And so this is in some of the staff recommended commitments, and my understanding is that the developer has added these into the development standards and is committing to some portion of that, although there are some limitations based on the demand of the uses specifically needed for operating an independent living facility. So just wanted to call your attention to, this is what the plan says, although they would like your consideration for how they plan to meet that need. In summary, the proposed application is seeking relief in the following areas: building height to allow 4 stories. Again, that's a partial 4th story, not a full 4th story. Parking to allow for 124 parking spaces on site versus 184 is required by the Land Development Code. In Neighborhood Center Commercial, there's actually a 6,000 square foot max building footprint put in there, and this project has 120,000 square foot footprint, so they're seeking relief there. The site is much different than a lot of the parcels that we have downtown, so staff's supportive of this request. Is it, just for context, doesn't seem consistent with how the nature of this proposed corner is platted. Church Street frontage, they are proposing relief to not install a sidewalk specifically on the southern side of Church Street here, but instead meet that requirement through a payment in lieu as well as adjacent pedestrian improvements. Relief in tree save to be able to count the existing tree canopy wherever possible, and or provide a payment in lieu or new plantings to meet their full tree save need. Flexibility in the sidewalk and planting strip location, specifically to respond to that tree save desire to keep the existing trees. And then one thing we didn't talk about on the slides, but is a relief request, is proposed dumpster location. So this particular site has 3 street frontages, one on Church, one on Catawba, and one on Park Street. Our code requires that dumpsters are placed in the rear yard. With 3 frontages, you can imagine that might be practically difficult. So they are proposing a dumpster along the Church Street frontage, but to screen it from public view with, I believe, a brick screening as well. In exchange for these items of relief, the applicant, again, is providing, and is in your packet for your consideration, a shared parking agreement between the church and the apartment, dedication of future right-of-way that's needed and as identified by Gannett Fleming at the Catawba and Park Street intersection, $10,000 towards public art in partnership with the Main Street Advisory Board. They have agreed to Public Works' recommendation to split their sewer needs, and Public Works can speak more to that if necessary, but they are agreeing to all of staff's recommendations. They have agreed to provide some non-residential space at the ground level with access from Catawba Street. They are also agreeing to coordinate with the police department on flock cameras, and police department, I believe, is able to speak to that coordination if necessary. They have agreed to enhance architectural features to include some brick detailing that pay homage to the existing historic buildings that are in East End today. And to make sure that when they install these new sidewalks, they are done in a way that aligns and connects with the existing sidewalk infrastructure that we have in place in the adjacent area. They have also committed to provide right-of-way as necessary for all future improvements as identified by our plans. One thing to note here is the applicant is also requesting your consideration of a 5-year vesting period, which is allowable per NC General Statute 160D-108.1. The standard vesting period for a site-specific vesting plan, like what we have before us this evening, is a 2-year period. The applicant is requesting 5 and has provided you a letter and is here to speak on that. If you have any questions, on your screen is the reference if you need to ever flip back for future discussion. Ultimately, this project was presented to Planning Board at the October 23rd meeting. In discussion, there were several concerns raised. One was related to parking. There were concerns that the overlapping needs of the independent living facility with the residents, staff, and visitors might conflict with the parking demands of the church and its various activities and events. That the relief that's being requested represents 1/3 of the total parking required by the Land Development Code. In the areas of building height, the concerns raised there were that the partial 4th story is proposed on a grade that is actually higher than the grade at Catawba Street itself, and that combined with its location and proximity to Church Street and the single-family residential along Church Street was expressed as a concern, or at least something to be mindful of. They also, in discussion, some members suggested a reduced building height could not only reduce the number of units, but that would also reduce the need for parking relief if there were less units that demanded parking. They expressed some more information be shared with this council as it relates to the shuttle services and deliveries. They wanted you to have the benefit of understanding the routes and where those routes might go and the frequency of those routes. And expressed that, they wanted to understand where the shuttles would be parking, as there is already a request for relief on parking, and to make sure that the shuttles, while they thought those would be a benefit, would not take up much needed parking on the site. They also had questions relating to the locations for loading and unloading of vehicles, both for people moving in as well as on-site deliveries, and wanted to just get some clarification on that for your benefit tonight as part of that discussion. They also expressed some concerns related to traffic flow and access needs for both uses on the site, as there's now going to be restricted right-in, right-outs on both of the Park and Catawba Street intersections, wanting to make sure that there was clarity on those impacts. Again, there was no traffic study done at the time of the planning board meeting, and was that really the right move, because it was really done based on the plans, but not with a traffic engineered analysis. So they brought that up as a discussion point. They also wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to review the impacts on Church Street, as that is a local street as opposed to an NCDOT street. And one last theme of concern was just related to the sidewalk and frontage. There were questions resulting from what would the cross-section look like once the future roadway improvements at that intersection are installed, whenever funding is identified for those. And would there still be a planting strip to make sure that the pedestrians are separated from the roadway network? And that was a theme as well expressed, where the sidewalk is proposed for relief routing around the existing trees along Park Street. So again, this was just the themes expressed in the dialogue, but ultimately, following the discussion by Planning Board, there was a unanimous motion of 5-0 to recommend denial or disapproval of the project as proposed. with some members noting that if modifications could be made to address some of the concerns that they shared to the project, there might be support, but that was just not something with the scope of the changes that they felt would be needed that could happen within the meeting itself. So they felt led to make that recommendation. Planning Board also found that the project was therefore not in the public's best interest and was inconsistent with the comprehensive land use plan as proposed. Since Planning Board, the applicant has provided a memo from Kimley Horn to provide some clarifications on their parking demand and trip generation, and a copy of that has been uploaded into iCompass as well as passed out to you this evening for your review. You will note a couple things. One, the ITE land use category has now been updated in this latest memo from senior apartments, which is what it was initially, to a congregate care facility, which the applicant is reflecting better describes the use that's really intended for the site. And one other thing that Kimley Horn is here to present on, but that they shared with staff, is that they were doing the best with the data that was currently available. The ITE manual for parking doesn't specifically provide parking data or counts, though, on Sunday for congregate care facilities. So looking at that in conjunction with the church, just want to make sure that we're caveating the data in that memo. But that is before you this evening, and they are here to answer any questions or clarifications you have related to the analysis performed. Since that time, the applicant has also provided some updated development standards. There is a redlined copy also available at the desk in front of you, and again has been uploaded into iCompass as well for the public to view. And those incorporate some of staff's recommended conditions. From my understanding, there are no development standards that have been added to reflect any of the comments made at the Planning Board. And again, those were made for recommendation just for council as well as the applicant's benefit for refining the plan. So my understanding is that they intend to present some clarifications for you this evening, but the standards document doesn't have any of those details within it. That being said, staff is asking that you receive our presentation, Planning Board's recommendation, and any public comments, as well as the applicant's presentation this evening, and ultimately make a motion whenever you're ready to approve of mods, or disapprove this project. And staff has prepared areas, if you do so find that it is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan, that would be potentially in the areas of land use, housing, and community character. So we have some more details there for you for your discussion. But with that, that finishes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Questions for Tiffany? First one I have is the right-in, right-out access. Is that mandated for public safety reasons? Is that a recommendation from planning?
That was a recommendation from planning. Again, we are not traffic engineers, but what we do know is that the Vision Zero plan and some of our other adopted plans have that intersection as a third most dangerous intersection in our city. And so we wanted to make sure that we were doing what we could within the options available that are kind of the low-hanging fruit to restrict left turning movements where there's already a double-striped yellow line in order to try to reduce conflicts with vehicles turning left when there's peak demand going the other direction. So that's not been further analyzed, but that's the tools that we have in the toolbox with the information available.
I know one of the results you've already pointed out is the increased potential traffic on Church Street. So I wonder about the intersection behind the, I don't know how you refer to that section of the building, the longest section of the building, the alleyway that runs behind it with some limited parking there, and that intersection on Catawba Street. The reasons for restricting that to right in, right out. Again, just kind of thinking about the overflow on Church as a result of these restrictions.
Sure. Again, both of those were a direct result from staff of understanding that traffic backs up pretty heavily on East Catawba Street. And so for folks that are waiting in a line of backed up traffic, left turn movements further inhibit and slow down that traffic and go against the flow of traffic. So the thought was strictly to reduce conflict points, again, not from a traffic engineering perspective, but just from a simple movement perspective.
Okay. One of the other questions I had for you was, I know you mentioned in your report that when evaluating the parking requirements, that obviously that whatever is approved or modified would affect not just just Ridge Care's use, but the potential future use by another company to use the property for similar use.
Correct.
Would that use be restricted to 55 and older residential?
It will be restricted to whatever is adopted in the development standards. So I believe the current version of the development standards has it where the use would have to meet certain ITE classifications, one of them being congregate care, but there are 3 listed in that set of development standards on your desk.
All right. Regarding the alignment of sidewalks and planting strip, especially along Park Street to accommodate the existing tree save there that they're trying to accomplish. Do you have a diagram or a picture of how that alignment might work?
Okay, so. See it bumps out right there? So it just goes back a curve.
Okay, so the black dotted line along the Park Street side there, that would be new sidewalk?
That gray stripe along there is the sidewalk.
Okay, so it would be back a curve, like you said. as you
Correct,
get
but
up
just
there
for
on the
that
other side.
little bit.
Yeah.
Yep, and then there's an 8-foot planting strip on the remainder.
I see. And then with regard to the dedication of the right-of-way at Catawba and Park for potential future improvements, I know you said a lot of that was already taken into account, so should that ever materialize, we still have enough right-of-way with these sort of, the way things are laid out here, that we would still be able to, we wouldn't be constrained from being able to do those improvements?
That's my understanding, so again, what we have is we've asked the applicant to overlay the future right-of-way line work provided by Gannett Fleming on the site plan, so you can see that future right-of-way there, and that is specifically from the line work that we've provided to their team. To do that, we would do the same during the construction plan review. We have asked the applicant to provide a cross-section, again, just for clarity of what the frontage improvements would look like once those future improvements are installed, whether or not that would change, because you can see that future right-of-way line does go over the current proposed sidewalk to be installed. So just to understand how that would change that frontage condition for the pedestrian, we have asked the applicant to provide more clarity, so that information may be forthcoming in their presentation.
What is that, the 2 faint black lines on the inside of the sidewalk, interior side of the sidewalk along Park Street? Does that represent anything material?
I'm sorry.
You see what the sidewalk is that runs up Park Street? You see those 2 sort of faint dotted black lines there. Does that represent anything material here? This width here.
I will let the applicant confirm, but we have a frontage setback that's a 0 to 25 foot frontage. So frontages for buildings along those major corridors or this type have to be within that 25-foot range. So that dashed line, I believe that you're referring to, is the setback line to show you that the building is within the proposed setbacks as required.
Okay. And then the last thing I had for planning is, I know you had an estimate that you had put on the, I think it was the open space relief.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a similar estimate on the offer for payment in lieu for the Church Street sidewalks and the potential cost for the pedestrian improvements at that intersection?
I would refer to the applicant. I have not seen one. Typically, those would be prepared by an engineer during construction plans and then reviewed by the city's engineer to make sure that it was accurately reflected based on industry standard.
Okay.
They may have a ballpark for you, but
Yeah.
I am not aware of it.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have. Thanks.
Alex? Yep, thanks. Hey, Tiffany, so real quick on, I guess we can make a mistake here, but you had one actually part of the topo. As far as rainwater runoff, stormwater runoff and such, I mean, I know we've recently been reviewing and have updated our codes as it pertains to that, but with the elevation, I just get concerned particularly with a lot of the infill that we're doing recently. as opposed to how the water's gonna run off to down, or I guess, kind of further down East Catawba Street. I mean, is that something that staff has identified for additional measures that may be needed, just to try to mitigate any potential future issues there?
So that would be something we would have to review during construction documents. So there's not been any relief requested for compliance with any of our adopted codes there for watershed or stormwater. So it's my understanding the applicant intends to fully comply with the standards we've set forth.
Have we thought of anything that may need to be in addition to our existing standards? Because again, we've got to be careful with these infill, and not one shoe fits all, right?
Sure. There was nothing that was expressed as necessary by the city engineer.
Okay. So I'm saying staff feels comfortable that we're not gonna have major issues that we've been running into in other areas in Belmont for infill.
I cannot speak for the city engineer as to whether that specific question was thought about or reviewed, so I don't want to put words in her mouth. That we would defer as planning, we would defer to the city engineering department.
I'm not sure if Kate's here or not, that didn't look like it.
I don't think that's
Okay. So it's just something to consider that kind of popped up to the top of my head.
Sure.
Secondly, when we talk about planning and zoning board and what their review was, you mentioned, or they had mentioned in their comments, if changes were made, they may be open to the idea. But when I read through the information provided, what is the changes they're particularly referring to? I see where they talked about potentially reducing the maximum height, or the 4 stories down to 3. But what are they, did they discuss what they were particularly referring to?
No, they didn't, and well, it's not to say that they didn't discuss what those might have been, but the reality is that they felt that their job was not to redesign the site on behalf of the applicant. So they expressed those concerns, and they said, you know, if the site were redeveloped or changed in order to help in some way offset those concerns, they would be open to looking at those and re-reviewing them. But other than the points made, that was what was noted in the meeting.
Okay, I just, again, it wasn't really clear to me, right? I mean, they just approved, what, a 300 and something apartment unit complex further down East Catawba Street, and now we're looking at this, and then they rejected it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, to
just
be,
trying to understand. what
yeah,
they
I think to be
particularly-
clear, they recommended approval.
Yes.
And I think on the height situation, one of the things that was noted that was different there is the 4th story there, the roof, the top of height would have been still consistent with the 3 stories. One of the concerns with height, particularly among planning board, is that total building height here, because of its location on the higher portion of grade, would not be a consistent building height where the other site was dipped down. So, and they expressed the same thing with Chronicle Mill. Those height story relief requests were all below grade, and so that was one point of difference that was noted in discussion.
Okay. Jim, right now I don't have any further questions.
Okay, questions? Questions?
I have nothing further.
Okay. I have a question.
All right.
Yes. So we've been talking about this 4th story and planning board's assessment of it. And their concern was the grade and how it would look from Catawba Street. You know, perhaps it's a glass half empty, glass full approach, because I would look at it from Church Street and the residents on Church Street. And I believe you also mentioned that the topo slopes downward from the northwest to the southeast. So the highest point on that property is a current church structure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this 4th story would be at a lower point on the topography on the site than the church. So looking at it from the back, if you will, from Church Street, it would not look as tall as a 4-story grade, because it would be lower than the highest point in the northwest. Is that?
The 3rd story would be, it would have a total above sea level height of 628 compared to 631. So pretty consistent along the closest building frontage on Church Street. However, you see there that with the 4th story proposed starting at above sea level grade of 688, and this is again staff approximation. The 4th story is proposed to have a building height of 52 feet, bringing the total height above sea level to 740 feet, which is 9 feet approximately above the height of the church building.
But overall, it's this facility is being built lower on the grade than the church. It's not being built on the highest part of the property.
It does slope, right, so, the church, the grade there is about 696. You can see if you get closer, there's significantly more topo lines, so I don't have the full analysis with finished floor elevation on there. These are specifically approximates, and so, if the applicant has more clarity on this, I'd be happy to defer there. But just wanted to provide you some general guidance that directly along Church Street, it's roughly consistent with the existing church building. There is a bump in height there, so it is very likely that from Church Street, if you're standing along Church Street, if this was built, that you would see both the third story, but then a bump up for the fourth story as well. Because on the, I'm trying to get to the renderings for you. On that one, you can see there that the building itself is proposed to step with grade.
You mentioned there's also 2 single-family residential structures on one on each parcel.
That's
in
correct.
addition, and that those would be removed. Are those structures currently occupied?
I would defer that to the applicant. I'm not sure of their current status, but I do know that they would be necessary to be removed based on the placement of the structure. I have checked with the city's fire department to see if they'd be eligible for training burns. The fire department has agreed they would be burn eligible if the applicant would be interested in partnership.
So let's talk about parking, because this caused a great deal of confusion at the planning board meeting, and it confuses me as well.
Sure.
So when you say that 124 parking spaces are provided on site,
Yes,
is that with or without this shared use agreement?
that is without.
Without, okay. So if the shared use agreement is counted, you'd say instead of being 60 spaces short, they'd be 30 spaces short.
That's correct.
And I think we'll have to talk to them, because you said, well, they provided us a sample agreement, but we still have some questions, and they haven't provided us the information as to hours of operation and peak times and overlap. Perhaps we can hear from them, and they can provide that information to satisfy that, and we can all be on the same page, but that makes them 30 spaces short if that is counted. Bless you. Now, I think you also referenced in the staff report that up to 15% of parking spaces can be compact spaces.
That's correct.
And the current plan, the current drawings reflect only regular spaces, is that correct?
That's correct, and staff included that in there because whenever there's a parking shortage, we always say, well, could it be redesigned in a way that would be more efficient and get more spaces? But the reality is a compact space is only 8.5 foot wide. That's the width required. A typical space is 9 foot wide. So each space you're only gaining 6 inches. With 15% of 124, that would be about 18 spaces. So roughly that would result in 9 feet. So one additional parking space saved.
Okay, it's probably not worth the effort.
Right.
Okay, very good. Let's see. So we were talking, Jason was asking some questions about the sidewalk layout, and there is that portion on Park Street where the frontage is, the sidewalk is in front of the planting strip or whatever, and right, back at the curb. And we talked about the reason why. I happened to be driving by there Sunday morning on my way home from the airport after an unsuccessful trip to Tallahassee. And what is the current alignment of that sidewalk is exactly the same, though, isn't it? That it's right up against the curb.
It is currently right up against the curb. It's staff's understanding that current sidewalk is 5 feet in width, the proposed is 8 feet in width.
Okay.
So it would be wider regardless of its location.
And in some places, it would be right up against the curb, but that's exactly like it is now. And in other places, there would actually be a planting strip between the road and the sidewalk, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's good to know.
On that same point, are there sections of that sidewalk in that area that would be less than 8 feet to maneuver around that big tree?
That's
Yes.
exactly the part that they're asking for relief on, because our ordinance requires an 8-foot planting strip anytime a street is 25 miles an hour or greater. So, that being said, just to be able to maneuver it around that tree, that's the only space they're asking for relief on.
Going from 8 to 4, 8 to 6?
No, the width of the sidewalk isn't proposed to change, it's just the planting strip itself to go from 8 to 0. So just the grassy area, so the sidewalk would be completely back of curb for that segment.
So that's a bump out there, right?
It would just bump out, that's right, and then bump back.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate that. And if the trees, though, were taken down, that doesn't become an issue, that then it could all have the planting strip.
Yes.
It could go road, planting strip, sidewalk.
Yes.
If the trees are taken down, but they don't want to take down the trees for
Yes.
various reasons. And I presume that taking down the trees might have an impact on the tree save requirements as
They
well.
would need to do either more plantings or more payments.
All right.
So,
Yes. All right, that's good to know. Let's see. So just to reiterate, when the determination of whether a traffic study was required was made, the proposal included a 7,500 square foot multi-purpose building, and it was still well below the threshold for triggering a TIA. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And the expected trip generated would be even less under the current proposal because there's no multi-purpose room. And apparently, it's now a congregate care facility as opposed to a senior apartment.
That's
We can
correct.
hear from Kimberly Horn on that, but basically, it was already well below the TIA threshold, and now there's even fewer expected trips to be generated.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think both of my colleagues, Jason and Alex, have touched on this, but based on the work done by Gannett Fleming for the Crescent project, it is your belief that the applicant has reserved sufficient right-of-way should the envisioned intersection improvements ever take place?
For the roadway improvements, we have yet to verify that the pedestrian improvements can be
Right.
reallocated, but
Right,
at least on the
okay.
roadway improvements, yes.
Okay.
Can I just piggyback on that one? So, and just so that we're clear though, it's the same amount of right of way that we had identified earlier on, because where I mean from that is, I remember we would need potentially a piece of the land for the church and a piece of the land for Watson Insurance. Is it
Correct.
still the same amount being allocated between the two properties?
Yes, it's the exact same design with the line work, because our understanding from Gannett Fleming was that that specific location was necessary because of the geometries of the alignment at the intersection, so it wouldn't be possible or feasible
do
to
a
shift
shift.
it north or
Okay,
south.
I just want to make sure that it's still equitable.
That's
Yeah.
a good question. And, but based on this discussion and the drawings that you've previously shown, if the intersection improvements as envisioned were to take place, then there would be some realignment of the planting strip and the sidewalk on the north side of Catawba in front of the proposed facility, is that correct?
There would need to be, yes.
Okay. But not the building itself, obviously, because that would be.
Right, so the one thing that staff is seeking to confirm is because there is some grade change, as you can see on the site plan, we want to make sure that it doesn't, by shifting all that stuff over, unnecessarily inhibit the necessary grades for access to those entrances, but all of that stuff can be confirmed during construction plans.
Okay. So you had mentioned that they are not bound by the Vision Zero plan or the multimodal transportation plan because both of those were enacted after they submitted their application. However, those plans and the considerations of those plans could form the basis of voluntary suggested conditions of approval.
That's correct.
Does staff have any suggested voluntary conditions of approval based on those subsequently adopted pedestrian plans that we could consider?
Well, those have been discussed with the applicant and have been reflected on the site plans before you. Those are the 3 commitments that are on this slide right here. For the right-in, right-outs on Catawba and Park Street, the additional ADA ramps and crosswalks for increasing pedestrian safety in that nearby area, and then again, reserving the right-of-way that we've already identified for future roadway improvements.
Okay.
I guess just to add on that, I mean, that's what they're on. feel that that is adequate from our perspective. Again, we've got to be a little careful considering, as we've mentioned, this is the third most dangerous intersection within our area. So do we feel that that's going to adequately provide what we're looking for in this situation?
Based on the information available to planning staff, yes, but keep in mind, there has been no traffic engineering study or analysis done other than the memo before you, so I would respectfully defer to Kimley Horn if there's any questions related to that. If there is more information sought by City Council, this is what's within staff's purview based on the plans we have, and certainly it's at your discretion whether or not more is needed to evaluate that.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. But I want to talk a little bit more about this right-in, right-out access. So how would that be secured? I know one of my favorite places to go, Culver's, has like an actual physical barrier, you know, that's a median that sort of forces the right in, right out. Could that be required as opposed to just arrows that might be more suggestions?
Sure, and that is something that would be coordinated with staff, but in conjunction with NCDOT. So both of these, because they're state roads, would require driveway permits from NCDOT for any modifications and or new driveway cuts and closure of existing. So the actual construction detailing, they would need to submit for an encroachment agreement and get all of those secured.
So that would be worked out with DOT, that's not necessarily something we can put in the development.
No, so we are doing that in conjunction with, we can put it in the development standards, however, we would defer to them and their safety division if there's something that would suggest that that would be an unsafe.
I'd like to see a median, I don't want to see just arrows, because I think that would, you know, and I don't know what else can be done, but I want something that would actually force people to go right in, right out, as opposed to, well, that doesn't apply to me because I'm important and I have to get somewhere.
Sure, so a raised central.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, do y'all feel?
I agree.
Okay, perfect, yep. So
And we can talk with the applicant and see if they're amenable to that, because that would have to go in the development standards. But do we have a staff member keeping track of, or are you keeping track of different things that might be added to the development standards?
I'm gonna write it down right now.
All right,
and
make a note of
I can
that.
do that for you.
All right, I think that's a good idea. While you're doing that, I just observed, we talked about the comprehensive land use plan and the Center City core area in which this is located. And so I did see that the Center City core area envisions that we are a growing and vibrant community. Is that right?
That's correct.
With a wide variety of land uses.
Yes.
And it envisions higher density housing, providing a greater population base with easy access to the central city.
That's correct.
Okay, it sounds like this is consistent with a lot of that.
Yes, in concept, we just wanted to make sure, we highlighted on the slides the area where we thought there might be most area for discussion. Staff agrees it's consistent in those areas. The one question we had is related to the non-residential ground floor, and that's simply because staff has not seen lately a floor plan to indicate what uses are done on the ground.
Well, that's a good question. It's a good segue because I was actually going to go there because I'm a little bit confused, and perhaps this is more a question for the applicant, but I get that the commercial part is probably not being offered for various reasons. But what was unclear to me was whether the ground floor was going to be entirely non-residential or whether they envisioned residences on the ground floor, because that's a little different animal there versus, I get that it's not commercial, but it's all non-residential, well, that would be all right. So maybe, if you're not sure, that could be something that they can clarify.
That would be great.
Oh, wonderful. And my last question, the technical review committee, did I say that right?
Yes.
Yes, we've heard from them from time to time, and they what is that, department heads?
It's department representatives
Yes.
From engineering, public works, police, fire, and depending on the project, also a stormwater coordinator for any other downtown, anybody else that feels
And
necessary to have that
these projects are submitted to them for review, or are they not?
They are.
And we've heard about their review in other circumstances.
Yes.
Or was this project submitted to the TRC?
Yes, it was, and as a result of those, from a public safety perspective, and the applicant has agreed to them, on the site plan here, that area that's reserved for you can, the 26 parking spaces on the right of the site plan there, that is proposed to serve as a fire lane there, and also you can see some proposed speed bump locations, not only on that driveway, I also, that we can try to minimize its use as a cut through to Church Street, but also throughout the parking lot at specific areas
yes.
as recommended by the police
Well,
department.
that's another good point, because I know speed tables or speed bumps were referenced by the
Yes.
applicant in one of the community meetings that I attended, and so I didn't see that anywhere in the development standards. I don't know if that's something that we could put in to commit to the speed tables or speed bumps and the.
For clarification, I would defer to the applicant, but they've expressed the intent of doing so, and on their site plans, this is an illustrative one, but on their site plans, do show those speed bumps on the site
Okay.
plans itself, so.
Well, since the standards are what we go
Sure.
by, that might be something nice to put in there.
Absolutely.
All right. And other than that, other than this lane being this private, or this drive being a fire lane, were there any other safety concerns expressed by the TRC?
My understanding is that this proposed site plan incorporates all of the recommendations as provided by the TRC.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Anyone else?
So just to clarify,
All right.
just to clarify, the biggest problems that we see fit with planning and zoning, and Tiffany just correct me, was the parking,
Yes,
the height,
yes.
and the right in, right out, was that,
Really just general traffic access and flow.
okay. And then as far as the parking goes, and I'm just making sure that I'm right on this, out of all the facilities that they have 304 residents. There are a total of 29 parking spaces for the different locations, Huntersville, Compass Point, Arbor Leaving at Surfside, Ocean Isle, and Hampstead.
I don't know that that's how many are on the site, so there's a bottom line on that chart there.
Okay.
That based on the information that staff has, I believe it's like 1.29, I don't have that staff report directly from me.
9.22.
Spaces on average were provided at previous facilities, although the applicants stating that perhaps that many weren't necessary or not actually utilized.
Sure, okay. So as far as the traffic analysis and the traffic goes, my point to this is I don't think that we should be so much concerned about that with the fact that the residents aren't gonna have that many vehicles on site. Not just that, if we're worried about 4 stories, it's one section, like you said, it's in a lower part of the topography. I think that's nor here nor there at the end of the day. I think this is a fantastic idea for the space, for the church. I think that this will be doing 55 and older community. It'll be good for them, and I think this is something that we truly should consider, because I think that the parking and the height regulations is nor here nor there. I just think that it's
Well, we can talk with the applicant about, go behind some of the numbers, but I agree with you based on the numbers they have submitted that.
I mean, just reading all of this, I think that.
Well, it's interesting because this is very unique, right? We generally get high density apartment complexes, which is why I was referring to the East Belmont project and others, right? So this is something within its own, right? I mean, that's why I want to talk to Kinley Horn whenever they get up here.
Sure.
They have probably analyzed these facilities before, right? Where this whole traffic thing, the TIA and the threshold, I would imagine, is probably going to be fairly low for this type of housing project.
Yeah, we were talking 500 plus cars that
Right.
are in an apartment complex, and we're talking max, what,
Exactly.
60 cars? How many employees do they have on a regular?
I think they say 20 at any one time.
20, and
Yeah.
what's the time? They show up at what
We
time
don't-
and they leave at what time, right?
We would defer to the applicant.
Yeah.
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 I'm
Well,
just- we're just-
Yes, I agree. I mean, there's just, some things we want to shore up from the applicant in terms of the parking and the source of these numbers from Kinley Horn, but I do agree that just as a general proposition, I think it's fair to say that this type of facility would result in less traffic and fewer cars and parking than, a typical unrestricted age.
Absolutely.
So we do want to, we've got some questions to ask about that.
Sure.
But yes,
We've got a list there, but I just wanted to piggyback off of one more thing, and not to keep beating the house on the horse on this one, but as it pertains to planning and zoning board, whenever they recommended against this, goal number 2, housing, the proposed project will promote housing choice in a way that is tastefully meeting the needs of everyone in the community. I find it a little bit distasteful, to be quite honest, because when we've done all of these rounds of our community engagement, we talk about diverse housing, and what we don't have in our area is particularly senior living housing. So again, I don't even know how that qualifies this goal number 2 for why they reject it. Again, I'm
Yeah,
it's an
sure.
advisement board and it's their particular thought, but I just want to make it publicly known that I don't agree with that at all.
Well, and I don't know that they actually made it that far in the findings, so, you know, there's
Well, you
several.
just have it listed here.
Yeah.
Right, so how that got framed up is, when staff makes a recommendation to planning board. So with that, we outline goals that we think are consistent with. And then planning board takes staff's recommendation, and then ultimately after discussion generates that recommendation for you all. So there was a vote to recommend disapproval. And that being said, because it was a vote to recommend disapproval, then they had to make a motion of consistency and findings. And so they didn't go through each line item of the goal.
Sure, I'm just saying that it's listed here, goal number 2 of why.
Oh, sure.
So-
Yeah, I'm just from a process perspective, explaining that one motion then sort of dominoed into the other motion. It wasn't a going through specific goals as a part of that discussion.
And I was at most of the planning board meeting, I couldn't make it all the way through. Congratulations to those who did. I certainly think they understood the need for this type of housing, but, they have to fulfill their responsibilities just like we have to fulfill ours in asking the questions that we're asking. And, from their technical sense, they had some concerns, and, we can discuss those concerns. We can see how the applicant has responded to those concerns, but you're right, at the end of the day, they are a recommending body. They focus on very technical aspects because they tend to be engineers and architects and what have you, where we might focus on broader policy-related implications and not get as far into the weeds, but we're each doing our respective tasks, and we appreciate the concerns that they've raised, and we can see how they're addressed here. But yes, absolutely, we might see those concerns and have different interpretations of them than the planning board, but they're doing their job in good faith. So,
No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying we might want to be careful whenever we're trying to look at this too.
but I agree about, I'm like, well, that seems like it fits in that goal,
I
but
think it does.
ultimately that's up to us. So.
Well, and we did have a discussion at planning board too related to the specific uniqueness of this need. We do have senior housing in other places in our community, but we do not have another independent living proposal. And so that's what makes it specifically unique from planning's perspective against the other senior apartment opportunities we do have.
Yes. All right. Well, we obviously have some issues remaining that we would want to discuss with the applicant.
Sure.
So if there are no further questions, I guess that would conclude staff's portion. But as our regular viewers know, no one is ever really done here. So I would imagine that if we have additional questions, we'll call you back. So.
Sure, and I have my list ready.
All right, because I do think, at least from my perspective, we can hear from the applicant, we'll hear the public comment, but, in terms of hammering out these development standards that are going to form the basis of any conditional zoning we might approve, I think I might want the applicant and you up there, and we can hammer some things out, because I think there's been some sort of confusion as to what is in and what is not in the development standards, and let's get all that squared away. But
Absolutely.
that we can do that later. Let's hear from the applicant.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Good job, you made a good pastor.
Speaking of pastors,
So good evening. My name is David Hyde. I'm the pastor at Park Street United Methodist Church. I've been serving there as the senior pastor for over 11 years now. And the Arborville Project is something that we at the church and many in our community are very excited about. We've got a lot of community folks here in support of us tonight. I want to invite them to stand up if they would. Thank you. So I also want to just thank you all up front, not only for your time this evening, but I also want to thank those those of you on the council and the city staff as well, who have worked so hard alongside us over these last few years to help us craft this most current plan that we're taking a look at tonight. All of your feedback, your comments have been beneficial in driving what we are taking a look at. So, as some of you may have heard me say before, Park Street was first established in 1921 when a group of Methodists living in the East End decided that they wanted a church, they wanted a Sunday school for their neighborhood. And from those earliest days, neighborhood, community, and relationships have been the bedrock of our church and our mission here in Belmont. And the same can really be said for the piece of property that we're talking about tonight. This is a slide of the original church building. It was constructed in the 1920s. And I wanted to show this picture tonight to remind the community and to remind all of us that as the community's needs have changed over the years, so has the corner of Park and Catawba Streets. Over the decades, this property has been home to single-family housing, a general store, a scout hut, a community space, East Belmont School, and now the church itself. It served as a hub for church, city, and community events. And throughout all of its iterations, it's always sought to do one thing, and that is to be a place for relationships and community to grow and to flourish. And so it's these ideas of relationship and community that have informed our mission at Park Street, and it's also what led us 7 years ago to begin looking at our church property and thinking about the ways that it could be more beneficial to our church, but also to the Belmont community. Long story short, we settled on senior housing, and we were introduced to RidgeCare. And I say from the very beginning, it was clear that RidgeCare's vision and Park Street's vision were very much in alignment together. I'll never forget that first meeting, listening to Mark talk about senior housing and the dream of keeping seniors in their communities. I think most of us know that for decades the model of senior housing has been to pull people out of community, a community that they've helped to build, and then to place them somewhere else, away from the rest of the world. You have probably seen that in your own lives in some way. We tend to take seniors out of community, which I think does a disservice not only to the seniors, but to our community as well. I've talked with so many pastors over the last couple of years, and all of them agree. They all say the same thing. I have members in my church who should not be living alone, but they love Belmont too much to leave and move somewhere else. And as a church, we think the best way that we can change this narrative is through the Arbor Mill Project. It's a project that not only helps us as a church continue our legacy of community connectedness, it not only provides for our long-term financial stability, but it also helps to make vast visual and safety improvements to one of Belmont's busiest intersections. It serves as a connecting gateway to East Belmont, and it allows once untaxable property to generate revenue for the city. Ultimately, however, I think the project really is about Belmont's seniors. The project provides some much-needed independent housing for some of our oldest and most vulnerable community members in a setting that allows them to remain active and connected to this town that they love. As it stands now, the closest facility that compares to Arbor Mill is located in Huntersville, which means that Belmont's aging generations have to move well out of town to access quality independent living. These are the same people who we see out at the coffee shop, the same people we see at the restaurant. They're former teachers, coaches, and first responders. The people who have not only helped to shape this town, but who have also shaped so many of our town's residents, including many of you. I think that what makes our town great are the people. And what makes our town special are the relationships that we have with each other. And so if we don't address the tremendous need that we have for senior housing, we're going to lose so many of the people, so many of the relationships that have helped to shape this community into what it is today. I know our city's vision states that Belmont will be a vibrant, multi-generational community that incorporates small town charm and a heritage with an entrepreneurial spirit. And I can't really think of a better project that fits that vision than Arbor Mill. So I want to take just a quick minute to share with you a few particulars about Arbor Mill. I know if you've been to the community meetings, you've probably heard about this, but these are some of the things that we are proposing in the project. So first, it's a 99-unit independent living community for seniors age 55 and up. It is 55 and up, and that's regulated. However, the average age is over 85 throughout Rich Here's properties. It's a mix of studio, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. It's an all-inclusive monthly rate that includes all of those things you see listed there, including 3 meals a day, housekeeping, scheduled transportation, all utilities, maintenance, emergency response. Also, there are additional assisted living type services offered there by an on-site home care provider. There's on-site physical, occupational, and speech therapy services that will be housed within the building. There are no costly buy-ins, no long-term leases, and the average monthly rental rate is expected to be somewhere around $37.50. Of course, that will fluctuate based on the market. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Nolan Gross from Urban Design Partners. He's going to share with you a little bit more of the technical aspect of the project.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Happy to be before you this evening. Touch on the first few slides at a high level. Tiffany covered a lot of this information in her presentation. On the screen, you can see our 4.92 acre site located at the intersection of Park Street and Catawba Street to the south of Church Street. Again, as Tiffany mentioned, the city center small area plan. The site is predominantly identified as the center city core. I want to touch on this because it is important and became prevalent months ago that we have received approval from the Public Works Director as well as the city engineer regarding our proposed wastewater allocation at this site. As long as we divert the flow between 2 lines, one being on Church Street, one being on Catawba Street, which we are agreeable to do. So the next items Tiffany touched on, most of these I'd like to go into a little bit of additional detail. The comments and concerns that we received at the planning board meeting. The first being a potential traffic impact analysis. Andrew Eagle is here from Kinley Horn, traffic engineer. Happy to bring him up as you have questions. But in reviewing the 2023 trip generation numbers as well as new numbers in 2025, we do not meet the threshold for a traffic impact analysis. We're actually significantly lower than what would be required. The next being the parking analysis. So the proposed use requires less spaces than traditional multifamily housing, which was touched on earlier in the meeting. Next, our access. So we are modifying accesses, providing right-in, right-out movements, restricting them. Followed by building height. This has been a topic of discussion throughout the life cycle of this project. Going back several years when we were initially proposing a fully 4-story building. We heard concerns from City Council, from members of the community, have worked to go back and redraw our site plan to provide the 3-4-3 stepped building. The next is pedestrian mobility, so increasing walkability and pedestrian safety, those frontage improvements, the sidewalk, planting strip, as well as ADA ramps. Shuttle service details, which we have now. There will be a 14-passenger van on site for residents, which will average approximately 3 trips per day. And that could be going to events such as bowling. That could be going to grocery stores, community events, going to downtown. And then the use clarification. So what exactly is being proposed at this site? And it is not an active adult community, which is what is commonly thought of when you hear a 55-plus community. So first, getting into the traffic impact analysis, and I apologize that the image is so small on the screen with our trip generation numbers. However, left side, you can see our generation from 2023 from the ITE Trip Gen Manual 11th edition. So that was proposing 314 daily trips with 20 a.m. peak and 25 p.m. peak trips. That was also at one more unit than we're currently providing. Our revised trip generation is based on a congregate care facility, which more accurately reflects the use being proposed on site. You can see for 99 units, we're looking at an estimated 241 daily trips with 10 a.m. peak and 18 p.m. peak trips. And that's from the 12th edition of the Trip Generation Manual, which was released between 23 and 25. All of these numbers fall well below the 1,000 trips per day or 100 combined AM, PM, peak hour trips that would trigger a traffic impact analysis. The next is our parking analysis. So reviewing how many parking spaces we need on site. Again, apologies for the small images on the screen. However, the image on the left is information provided by Ridge Care about parking at their existing facilities. So approximately 11 with a cap of 22% of residents have vehicles. And we're also considering a maximum of 20 employees being on site during a typical peak shift, which is going to be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So taking those utilization rates, looking at 22% of our proposed 123 bedrooms, looking at, along with the maximum parking, approximately 47 necessary residential parking spaces on site, which you can see as we shift to the right side of the screen. The LDC requires one space per bedroom, and that is across all residential uses, and then one space per 4 seats for the civic use. So 123 residential parking spaces. Again, our demand based on existing data shows 47 spaces would be required, and we are providing 63. And I do want to touch on the average Ridge Care resident is 86 and a quarter years old. All right, access analysis. So as I mentioned, we are modifying some of the proposed driveways. On your screen, going clockwise, you can see access A, B, C, and D. Accesses B and C will be proposed as full movement accesses. Those are both to the north along Church Street. Proposed access A was a focal point by the police department during our TRC review. That was a problem movement. We are agreeable to making that a right-in, right-out turning movement. Similar with access D, we are conditioning that as a right-in, right-out turning movement. Of course, that will have to go through NCDOT, through driveway permitting. We can look at what improvements can we put there to necessitate the right-in, right-out movement, whether it's a pork chop intersection or others that are approvable by the department.
Are you able to, because that access D is to me, that's an important point, because I thought even with right in, right out, if it's right there at the intersection and they're trying to come in, that's problematic. But can you point, if you're able, or if someone is able, where is the access now? So where you have access D, that's where you propose it to be, correct?
I can approach. It's more in this area. It's
okay.
Approximately 105.
Yeah, 115.
115 feet east of the intersection, and we're relocating the access point over 400 feet from the intersection. So almost 100 yards further east, which will help reduce traffic conflicts.
Because to me, I don't know, I read that in your memo, or in Kimberly Horn's memo, that seemed like an important, to me, at least, that I like that, that you're doing that. I think that's a good improvement, and it addresses some of the concerns about the intersection of traffic.
Thank you. Yeah, if you have specific questions, happy to call up our traffic consultant.
Well, I may very well, but proceed with your presentation, and we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Understood. Appreciate it. All right. Pedestrian mobility, so we will be installing an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk at the site perimeter, except where relief is requested. And that's at the northern periphery along on Church Street, where we will be providing a fee in lieu as well as intersection improvements at Church and Park. Striped pedestrian crossings, which I just mentioned, as well as ADA receiving ramps where they are not currently located, that Access D driveway, as well as the Park and Catawba Street intersection. Once we provide our 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk, we'll have to remove those existing improvements, so we will be reinstalling. And then again, I think it's important when we're talking this use in particular about pedestrian mobility, the age of the residents that will live here, and their access to free transportation as part of living at the Arbor Middle facility.
And I'm assuming that the shuttle will be parked on site when it's not removed.
It will, and that's accounted for in those 20 peak
Okay.
Parking
Oh.
spaces.
And there's just one shuttle, right?
Just one shuttle at this facility.
All right, that's something else I might want to put in the development standards, to commit to this shuttle, because that did seem to be a point of concern at the planning board, that they wanted more details about the shuttle, so if that's what the commitment is, I'd like it in the development standards, I think.
I think would be agreeable to that.
And is this what runs folks to like doctor's appointments, outings and stuff like that essentially? So
That's
it'll probably
right.
review like each day, so, okay.
Yeah, averages at, 3 trips a day, there could be more, there could be less, depending on residents' needs. If they have a communal event scheduled, if they're going bowling, if they're going to a local park, grocery day, and appointments, as you mentioned with the council.
And theoretically, that would reduce both, A, the number of trips, and
Yeah.
B, perhaps even the number of cars that, I can take the shuttle, I don't need a car. So,
Are we diving into questions now, or should we wait?
well, yeah.
Was there
Well, you
I
have-
was-
I know. Go ahead.
No, I didn't know if we were gonna wait till the end.
Yeah, well, it just came up, I wanted to clarify the point about the shuttle being parked on site while I was talking about it, but, whatever it is.
If he was written, or I don't know. what the
Happy to
format is.
proceed as council wishes.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer questions as we go, if
Or
they come
wait
to
till the
mind,
slide.
or if you'd like me
Yeah.
to continue.
Might as well ask it.
Yes.
Yeah, we're dying to
If
know.
we're gonna dive into questions now, we might as well back up a few slides. Do we want to do that now, or wait till the end?
Go ahead.
All right, so let's dive into everybody's favorite topic, parking. And I don't know whether these questions are better directed to you or maybe the team at Ridge Care. But the data that was provided to us, the table that you read, was actually here on the left. First off, the total number of residents at those other properties, is that total occupancy or is that total capacity?
I see we have our Ridge Care representative.
That's occupancy, that was occupancy, so the date those numbers were presented.
Okay.
Is that full occupancy or?
Probably somewhere around 95% for those.
Okay.
And it looks like of the 5 properties that you all manage currently, the average occupancy then is 61 residents, give or take? That sound about right?
On the independent living side, that's probably the average, yes.
Okay. With the highest, I think, being 72 at the Surfside property.
That's correct.
This property at Arbor Mill, we're looking at essentially 2x your average occupancy. Does that sound fair?
Well, if you look at Compass Point, that's 100 apartments. So I think at the time that data was presented, we had 88 residents there.
Okay.
So I would say it's on par with Arbor Lane at Compass Point for the 100 units.
Okay. Because I know we started, I can't remember the number you guys started at when we started on this path.
With 100.
With 100 units, even at 3 full floors, or excuse me, 4, where are we at? 4?
4 full, it was
Full.
100 units, 116 bedrooms. So although we have one less overall unit, we have more bedrooms now. That ratio changed.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And with regard to the parking data that you supplied, how is that recorded? How is that collected?
So those numbers are directly from the executive directors who run those facilities.
Okay.
And I will represent warrant that those were absolutely correct as of the time they were presented.
Is there permits required for parking there, residents there? So how do you regulate?
We don't, just the need is not there for it.
Okay.
And keep in mind, we referenced 84 and a half as the average age, but the numbers today are literally 86.2.
Yeah.
People just don't drive historically 86.2. And when they move to us, historically, there is some event that
has triggered that movement. And so it's a good time for folks to separate from their homes, but also from their vehicles.
Let me ask this, and just out of curiosity, as we talked about for the conditional zoning, is that something that you guys would be open to in regards to a permitting program as it pertains to parking spaces, just to alleviate folks' concerns as it pertains to potential overpark, or the need for more, I guess?
Yeah, I'd say we're open to it. I mean, obviously, we want to create as few barriers to entry as possible.
Agreed.
But given where our numbers are, we'd be willing to discuss it.
Okay, I just figured that you talk about 86, my grandfather was still driving at 96, so, I mean, there's a lot of folks out there at older ages that are still driving, so.
Well, here's, all right, let me.
But should he?
I guess that's a good question.
Let me ask some follow-up questions, because I'm sort of, I have one bit of disconnect here. But, so you provided statistics from your facilities, but obviously, you know, you're going to be operating this facility as envisioned, but also as we look at the development standards, it contemplates that you might not, Ridgecare might not always operate this facility. Someone else might operate it. So you provided your numbers. What is your understanding? Do you have any data regarding the industry as a whole and the industry standards?
Not really. It would be very difficult to pull that together. Unfortunately, our industry can be a little close-fisted sometimes with information that may need to be proprietary. What I would say is, there is, in my opinion, the way the building will be designed, there really would not be any meaningful opportunity to make that anything other than independent living. Nobody who comes in and wants to do multifamily is going to buy a building that has the kinds of commercial kitchen, dining spaces, administrative offices. They're looking to maximize rentable space. So, yes, although Ridgecare may not always own this or operate this, I don't see that anybody can come in and do anything meaningfully different in terms of...
Well, but if they did, theoretically, based on the development standards, they might have to come back to us. My concern more was, I mean, do you think this parking analysis in terms of the percentage of residents with vehicles, et cetera, is that typical for the industry, or is that unique to Ridgecare?
My gut would say it's probably unique to Ridgecare somewhat in that we offer a model that provides independent living with these layered services. So you probably get somewhat of an older resident who is probably more in need. But I would say that the difference between us and the industry is not significantly different. I would say it's probably on par.
And with regard to that data that you provided, so I noticed that of the 4 out of the 5 properties that you manage currently, I mean, the percentage you drive is less than 7.5%. At 4 out of the 5 properties. Huntersville's 22. What's the anomaly there?
Couples, most likely, which they move in as a couple. Just because they have a car, though, it doesn't mean they drive.
So more couples in Huntersville?
Well, but if they got a car, they got to park it.
Yeah, that's true for a while, yeah.
So more couples in Huntersville relative to the other properties?
That's correct.
Look at demographics.
Yeah, and to Councilman Heffernan point, oftentimes there's a phased process when people move in. Giving up their home seems like a big ask. Giving up their home and their car is a really big ask. So you let them move in with their car, and in a few months that car tends to disappear. So although they may move in at this particular moment, that changes over time as the resident ages in place with us.
And just to step back and say, you said it was unique to you guys, but that's because you're saying that because you're self-servicing, right? Because I remember when I went to the community meeting, you guys have all the various different facilities within your site that makes it more accessible for the residents just to walk down the hall or downstairs as opposed to driving.
Yeah, you could move in entirely independent, but you could also layer in services that look similar to those you could get in assisted living, but you do it in a less restrictive and more affordable environment.
Because that's something unique that you all provide that's not necessarily an industry standard, right?
Others are. We frankly pioneered it in the early 2000s, but others have caught up to it. I think we do it particularly well with a complement of services that work really well that others may not have quite worked out just yet.
Gotcha.
So here's my disconnect, because you talk about the average age, and you say we're not an active adult community, but technically, you know, the only requirements seem to be 55 and up. Is that the age range for all of your facilities?
Yeah. The question asked in a different way is why wouldn't somebody who's 55 move in here?
Right, yes, because I mean,
The other 85-year-olds.
right, because I mean, that is not too far on the horizon, even for me, it's not gonna happen anytime soon, but like, I certainly anticipate, you know, driving and, you know, having a car when I'm 55. So, and that point was made by someone at public comment at the planning board meeting, so that's what I get what you're saying, but what the actual, you know, standards are, well, it's 55 and up, so it seems like a very active person, age 55, can come, and they'd all have cars, and so help me.
So sure.
Yes.
If I may,
You may.
I had not, that's where I wanted to get to the use clarification.
Yes, all right.
Yes, by the Land Development Code, this is multifamily housing within an apartment building form, in the form-based code nature of the LDC. However, we are refining our development conditions that this is not senior adult housing, Land Use Code 252. This is specifically a congregate care facility, assisted living, and continuing care retirement community, which are 3 of the allowable uses within the Land Development Code following the multifamily use because they generate lower traffic volume. But this is not an active adult senior housing.
All right, well, I get that, but I still, so these, all right, the ITE manual, these are but that's not the, all right, that's great, that deals with like trip counts and traffic counts. What is actually requiring you to you know, have this type of facility as opposed to an active adult? I get that that's...
Let's go back to your question about when you're 55 and you don't want to mow the grass. You're not,
I don't want to mow the grass now.
When you're 55 and you don't want to mow the grass, you move into a condo, or you move into a Del Webb, a Sun City. You don't move into us at 55 because you don't want to mow the grass. You could also go and get a garden-style apartment for much cheaper.
So what's to stop you? I mean...
Well, nothing's to stop you, except it's just not likely. It doesn't happen. I mean, I can tell you, in 14 years of developing these things, the average age is 86. We get complaints all the time from people in their 90s who come in and say, I can't live here, there are too many old people. Right? You don't want to be around people who don't feel like they're, you know, in the same age cohort. So that's not definitive, that's not, that's just historical and observational data.
But on the parking piece, if they were to agree to some type of permitting, I think that alleviates the major concerns here, right?
And obviously, we're not telling you to charge for, you know, you can just require a permit. You know, you don't charge for
We
it.
also have.
Right, not add that to your service list, just as in like,
Across the way.
We're not accustomed to council helping us raise revenue.
All right.
Can I also address the shuttle, Jim, while we're here, just for a second? So I just want to be really clear, this shuttle is not continuously running. There's no need for it.
Oh, yeah, right.
No need for it. So scheduled transportation is an amenity for us. So are we going to provide that? Absolutely. It's a stated amenity. It's a reason someone would come to us. That's a scheduled professional appointment. They need to see their estate planner. They need to see their optometrist. Or we've got regular trips to Walmart, to Target, to the movies. But that's not a continuously revolving thing. And I don't want to cast that inaccurately.
I don't think any of us understood it that way.
Okay.
But, thanks for the yes. Why don't we continue? Perhaps the presentation will anticipate more of our questions. But as ever, no one is ever truly done, so we might have additional questions for Ridge Care as well. But continue with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we went through our proposed uses on the site, and we provide additional information about these definitions and what they entail based on the church generation manual and your request. So here's our schematic plan for the proposed rezoning. Again, jumping ahead to our rendered site plan. Excuse me, switch my name screen. So on your screen, you see a proposed 99-unit, 123-bedroom independent living or congregate care facility. This proposed building is a 3-4-3 split-level structure with the 3-story portions being located on the southern portion on East Catawba Street and then the northern portion on Church Street, with the 4th story being internal to the site. Open space will be provided throughout the site, predominantly the large portion along Park Street, where the church can utilize that space for their pumpkin patch, for example, since it's fall. Early on in our site planning process, we did propose a 7,500 square foot future church facility there. But it would have taken that space, which is valuable to the church's use and operations, away, which is why you no longer see it here today. There are two plazas proposed along East Catawba Street, one at the western edge at the intersection of Park and Catawba, and one at the eastern side along that north-south drive aisle. Frontage improvements, 8-foot sidewalk, 8-foot planting strip around the site, again, which we previously discussed, along with the Theater Loop along Church Street. And do want to reiterate, our improvements and right-of-way dedication will be sufficient for future NCDOT roadway projects. Which brings us to our proposed roadway improvement slide. So, on this screen, you can see our proposed planting strip and sidewalk on Park and Catawba, as well as a detail where the sidewalk will transition in front of the sanctuary. So that's where you see the sidewalk at back of curb. Apologies, I was hoping the laser pointer would work on the screen. So on all of these images, you can see our proposed road right-of-way, and then interior to that, within the planting strip, you can see that necessary right-of-way for the NCDOT improvements. So this comes from overlaying the Gannett Fleming drawings and ensuring we have necessary space for construction easements and right-of-way. And we have more than enough dedicated with our proposal. All right, building elevations. So this is a view of the structure as you're along East Catawba Street. The 3-story portion of the building is 39 feet, 11 inches, just under 40 feet. Predominantly brick with a portion of cementous fiber siding and usable porch spaces. Approximately 8.5-foot deep porches for each resident. It's approximately 100 square feet of usable outdoor space. Again, additional elevation showing the 4-story portion, which jumps from 39 feet 11 to 51 feet 11. Similar building materials in this location. These are the images you saw earlier during Tiffany's staff report, giving you a better idea of pedestrian scale from the intersection of Park Street and Catawba Street. You can see what the road frontage improvements would look like with a planting strip, street trees, and sidewalk, as well as the activated plaza. But this keeps a direct sight line to the existing church. Sorry. The existing church building central to the site. Again, it's been important from the beginning of this proposal that the church remains a focus, that sight lines remain active to the church, and this location was very important in speaking with the community. All right, additional elevation showing that stepped building and it steps back to Church Street. Again, another activated plaza along the corridor. Our proposed development conditions, Tiffany touched on these, just want to reiterate them. The petitioner shall reserve $10,000 of open space payment in lieu towards art installation in collaboration with the Downtown Belmont Development Association. Petitioner shall dedicate necessary right-of-way for the intersection improvements as seen by Gannett Fleming. We agree to incorporate brick detailing, similar to examples along East Catawba Street. The building shall include at least one non-residential space at the ground floor level along East Catawba Street.
Are we going to get any more detail on that last point there? It's important.
Yeah, so there will be non-residential spaces such as the dining facility, potential hair salon. Going back to Mayor Pro Tem's question earlier, it's likely that residential units will be dispersed throughout the first floor. However, we are committing to that portion along Catawba Street having non-residential uses.
But it will be just for your facility.
For your residents.
Correct.
For the residents.
Correct. All right, continue. Sidewalks along the project frontage shall be designated to allow for alignment and connection to existing infrastructure. So we're going to be providing the ADA ramps, the sitting ramps, receiving ramps on both sides of the right-of-way. All right-of-way parking shall be dedicated prior to the site's first certificate of occupancy being issued. Petitioner agrees to coordinate with the Belmont Police Department regarding flock cameras and locations. Installation, maintenance, and cloud coverage shall be the responsibility of the petitioner. After additional coordination and discussion with Police Chief today, we are committing to the installation of 2 cameras on site, one facing Park Street, one facing Catawba Street.
Can we update the development standards to reflect that?
Absolutely.
Did you get that, Jim? Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
And then the last one is in regard to the right-in, right-out driveway on East Catawba Street. So we are agreeable with planning staff to restrict that movement to a right-in, right-out. Knowing we're gonna have to go through driveway permitting with NCDOT, we would like to garner their input as we go into the permitting process, of course, in collaboration with Public Works and City Planning, to see what improvements are going to be necessary to make that driveway as safe as possible. Then highlighting our relief requests again, the first being building height. We are proposing a 4-story. It's pivotal to reach the necessary unit count to make this a viable project. Parking spaces, which we have discussed and happy to continue discussing. The maximum building footprint based on our proposed gross floor area. The sidewalk transition along Park Street to retain those existing large specimen heritage trees. Dumpster location, as Tiffany mentioned, this is a unique site having 3 frontages. We're unable to meet the land development code and its literal intent based on this site. Church Street improvements, where we will be providing the fee in lieu, and then tree save based on the definition of the ordinance and 30% of the critical root zones lying off-site due to the DBH of these trees. So with that being said, we're happy to answer any questions.
Yes. Additional questions then for the applicant?
I do, I'll start off. Just so that we can kind of firm this up, because Tiffany mentioned it might still be a little unclear, but as it pertains to the NCDOT potential right-of-way for the expansion project of East Catawba Street, I just want to make sure, and to Jim's point, or Jason's point, it's not going to like functionally mess up y'all's project, right? I mean, this is something that will be functionally we can do in the future, correct?
That's right, and there's some variation along the property frontages of how the proposed right-of-way kind of snakes along Park Street and Catawba Street. It just shifts based on the proposed line work. It's all within the existing right-of-way, and the improvements are within our planning strip. So should the site be developed, we install a planning strip sidewalk. NCDOT comes along in the near future, installs these roadway improvements. Our 8-foot planning strip in most locations will be reduced to about 3 feet, but the improvements can remain.
Okay. Thank you. If someone else has one, I'm just going through my list right now.
Yeah, but I'd like to find out, I don't know if Pastor Hyatt might have any data on your typical parking need for your, say, your peak service on Sunday mornings. I'm assuming that's the day of the week when you're going to have the most volume of parking spaces needed.
Yes. Yes, so Sunday is of course, our busiest day.
Praise the Lord.
And so our average attendance right now on Sunday mornings is just under 100. It's around 130 folks. We're averaging about 91.3 on Sunday mornings at our 9 a.m. worship service. During the Sunday school hour, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., we're down to the 70s, and then at 11 a.m., our traditional worship service, our average right now is around 39 folks. So, yes, the sanctuary does seat 244 folks, but average attendance right now, 91 at 9 a.m., and we'll call it 40 at 11 a.m. I will say our 9 a.m. service is mostly, or has more young families with children. And so when you think about how many cars they're going to be bringing, there's a lot of families of 4, families of 5 bringing one car. So fewer cars. I will say, though, at 11 a.m. of those 40, a lot of those are widowers or widowed. We do have some couples that attend, so it's closer to 1 car per person, probably for that. But overall, currently we have, I went out in the parking lot, counted today, we currently have 66 spaces, the main lot on the corner of Park and Catawba. And generally throughout Sunday mornings, there are spaces still available.
That, for your use, that would restrict to 61 with the proposed plan, right?
Correct, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what code requires. If the church was to tear down and rebuild today, we would be required by the city code to provide 61 spaces.
Right. And I think I heard you say at the outset that your average attendance, I understand you had highs and lows, but
Yes.
your average is 70 to 90?
Our average at 9 a.m., which is our most well-attended service, is 91.
Okay.
And I have, I can give you the highs and lows as well if that's helpful.
So even if you were to use 100% of the allotted 61 spaces, and I know I have former teachers and coaches and police officers in your congregation. I think I saw my algebra teacher walking around. Maybe she could check my math. But so 124 spaces, if we back out the 61, assuming you maxed out and needed all those 61 spaces, right? So that leaves 63 spaces. Just going on historical data for Ridge Care, we said Arbor Ridge and Huntersville, for some odd reason, they have more couples than the other locations, and they've got 22% of their residents have a vehicle. So even if Arbor Mill and Belmont at 25%, let's be conservative and say 25% of your residents needed a vehicle there. Well, 25% of 123 spaces is 31. 123 needed spaces, right? We have 124 available. If we take out the 61 that you need for church use, that leaves 63, right? We need 31. If we're saying you need 25% of your residents need a vehicle, and you've got 123 residents, let's just say your maximum occupancy. That's 31 vehicles, right? Add another 20 for your employees. That's 51. Well, if we've got 63 after you back out the 61 that's needed for the church, that's 12 extra spaces. So, and that's assuming that you need the max and that we allowed 25% of the residents as parking space, which is tremendously, above what their average is at their other properties. You see where I'm going with that?
And I will say, from the church perspective, we feel comfortable, I think, with these parking numbers. It's important for us that this site works, right? It's important for us that we get along well with our neighbor. And so if we didn't feel comfortable with these parking numbers and didn't feel comfortable working with Ridge Care through it, then we wouldn't be here tonight. So, from the church perspective, we don't have concerns.
I guess the only one that I'd like to probably bring up from a concern would be holidays, right? So that's probably your biggest service. That's probably when folks are going to visit their family at the residences. I mean, is that something that you guys have talked about internally on how to mitigate and deal with that? Because what happens when a resident pulls up, let's say, and there's just no spaces available, or vice versa, if someone tries to come to church and there's just no spaces available?
Yeah, so the lease agreement that we're working out with Ridge Care will outline the details of how we go about mitigating that. This past Easter, we had one of our biggest Easters that we've had in several years. And at 9 a.m. we had 130 people. So still, yeah. And again, a lot of those at 9 a.m. are young families with kids, and so, a lot of 4 and 5 coming together in one car.
So that information that planning staff said, well, we've got this shared use agreement, but we're still interested in figuring out the hours of operation and peak parking times and see if there's overlap. You still don't have that for them, or have you provided that for them?
Yeah, so let's say Ridge Care's peak hours are going to be Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's when we'll have the most employees, because they have administrative employees on site to assist with facility operations. Outside of 5, 8 to 5. There will be staff available for residents' needs. And the weekends it will reduce as well. Looking at the church's highest uses, be it Sundays, that will not conflict, as well as Wednesday evenings, church services, things of that nature, but David can attest to that.
It says that information been provided to planning staff?
Via email, but aside from stating, similarly to stating to you, Mayor Pro Tem, no, that it was as straightforward as that.
All right.
I guess we just need to ensure, maybe put in the conditions, that this agreement gets submitted to the city before proceeding, right? Because we need to just ensure that the agreement between both of the parties are allowing at least the additional spacing, the parking spaces for flags, right?
Yeah.
So,
That it doesn't, there's no overlap between peak periods, because I think that was the information planning staff wanted, and they said they don't have, so, if they were.
That's correct, and we also understand and appreciate all the church does during other days other than Sunday, and we just want to make sure that the site operates efficiently, and that there's no hindrances on the site itself with the great work the church is doing.
But with those representations, does anyone have an issue with the form or the fact of a shared use agreement?
No.
I mean, it's not typical that we would do a share, as Tiffany pointed out, we wouldn't typically do one with, it's the same property, it's usually adjacent properties, but I think given the unique circumstances of this, I have no issues with counting a shared use agreement under these circumstances.
I think it's just covering our bases. I don't think at the end of the day it's gonna be a problem, but I think it's just covering our bases to ensure that it's not a problem.
One more question about Pastor Hyatt's numbers you presented a minute ago. Not to get too far down in the weeds, those numbers you presented about average attendance, is that just in the sanctuary, or would that include like nursery and nursery staff and all?
That is total attendance during that worship time.
Okay.
So that includes
Basically everybody in the building.
all the kids, all the whole praise band. It counts me.
Okay.
In that. No, I count everybody I can count.
If I may, on a different subject, perhaps you can, these residences that are going to be removed, they're not currently occupied, are they?
Yeah. So we do currently lease out both of those homes. But
So, assuming those leases would be coming to an end.
correct.
Should
Yes.
this be approved?
Should this be approved, they would be coming to an end. But we have been in contact with both of those tenants. They've, in fact, one of them moved in within the last 2.5 years as we've sort of been in this process. So we have been very open with them about, the possibility that their lease possibly might come to an end down the line, and they're well aware of that. We would, of course, offer them plenty of time to be able to move out and find other residents.
Any other questions? Or are you done with your presentation?
No, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm glad you mentioned that because we are open to both of those structures being used for training for the fire department, pending approval from our insurance carrier.
Yes. I just a couple more questions. I think if we could get the representative from Ridge Care back up, I think that's the source of, or he'd likely have most likely have the answers. I've heard even in the presentation, and I am just curious though, because you've said several times that you need the 99 units and you need the fourth story in order to make the numbers work or whatever. But I noticed that according to the other data you provided, your other facilities have anywhere from, say, 70 units up to 100. So clearly you can make less than 99 units work. So why is that the magic number here?
Those other facilities have other levels of service that are attached to them. Assisted living, memory care. This will be purely standalone independent living, 99 units. Plus, those buildings are older. They were built in very different times economically. In the time that we've been working on this project, the percentage increase in construction costs have drastically increased. Labor has increased, so it's just gotten more expensive to be able to operate these things. Our margins are shrinking. It's not a sob story. We can make good money and provide a responsible profit, but we got to get to that 99. We'd love to get 100, but that ship sailed. But 99 really is the number that's got to work.
Okay.
We've got to have to work it.
And then, just a couple questions about the development standards. You refer to some industry information regarding parking, and I mean, have we talked about the extent of your knowledge of industry information already? That, you know, where does this industry information come from in terms of, you know, I think Jason did his math and came to 51. I think you all came to 47 in your math. It's based on industry information. Where is that?
So what I've given you is just observational information and data from our existing facilities. I've not been responsible for any additional parking information. I believe those came from industry sources regarding engineering parking.
Yes, and looking at those as well, looking at the peak utilization from Ridge Care's existing facilities, trying to account for peak utilization as well as a liberal amount of staff parking, really more than what will be necessary during peak hours to account for that data.
You brought up an interesting point. So are any of these other facilities that you manage truly like fully independent living?
Yeah, the only other fully independent living is Arbor Landing at Compass Point.
Okay. And it's entirely independent living?
It is.
Is the average age still consistent with the remainder of your facilities?
I gave you the data this morning. I don't have my phone. Probably 83, 84, 85, somewhere in that neighborhood.
I was just looking to see while you're looking for that, if there's any correlation between, you know, what you term your independent living centers and...
So interestingly, the age differential is only about 6 months between independent living and assisted living within our communities. Yeah.
Okay, that answers.
He's asking about Arbor Landing at Compass Point from the afternoon emails.
86.3.
You know, this is more of maybe a quibble, but the development standards don't specifically reference the age restriction, so I think you might say, well, we reference the ITE, but I might, because I noticed that originally, well, it never says 55 and over, so I would like that to be clear that it's 55 and over in the development standards themselves. Hopefully we can make that work. And then my last question, I believe, I would ask is this. Why do you all need a 5-year vesting period?
Yes, statutorily, you know, legally, 2 years for conditional rezoning, North Carolina general statutes, allows up to a 5-year vesting period if the petitioner requests it. Part of that is the concern with how long development is taking in these days. Working through construction documents, working through permitting. You know, we are 4 or 5 years into this process. I myself am approximately 3 years into this process. Construction is taking longer considerably, and we would like to have the flexibility to work through that in coordination with your staff. That would allow to lock the project in pending approval from City Council for that 5-year period.
Just to piggyback on that, because if I remember at the community development meeting, it seemed like it was kind of a more aggressive approach. But what's y'all's anticipated timeline if this is approved tonight?
We would move forward as quickly as we could. I mean, there's going to be, you know, obviously design processes take time, permitting takes time, but to Noel's point, we've worked on this a long time, we've invested a lot of money, and we'd like to move forward as quickly as we could to start making money on the project.
Do you have a rough estimate? How long?
Nolan thinks it'll take, a year pretty much to get all the permits in place?
From the night of approval, I would estimate, you know, somewhere from 12 to 16 months for potential permit approvals. From the land development side, taking building permits to Gaston County. From there, construction, I won't estimate construction because I always underestimate it.
18 months probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, typically it's 2 years. I have been around council long enough that I remember, it hasn't happened recently for our newer members, but there were some instances back in the day where, probably around COVID, when no one was doing anything, that people had to come back to us and say, hey, you know, can we get an extension on our vesting period because, you know, of all these extenuating circumstances. So, you know, lest they need to come back.
I think it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Any last questions?
Just have two more, one for the transportation consultant and one I think maybe you could address, and that, we touched on it earlier, the non-residential component on the ground floor. I think it was mentioned that would likely be, what do you envision that?
Commercial kitchen, large dining space to accommodate the residents for 3 meals daily, activity rooms, administrative suites, beauty salon, physical therapy spaces, all the above. Now, as was mentioned, they will be for the exclusive use of our community, but there will be, in fact, numerous non-residential spaces on that first floor.
So, to our planning director, does that meet that stipulation in the LDC for non-residential requirement on the ground floor? If it's restricted to the residents of the center, would that meet?
The wording specifically says ground floor uses. However, staff has asked for and continues to advocate for continued connection of the pedestrian corridor to the building itself in whatever way is possible and feasible by the use. For instance, if it is for folks to visit a member of their community, the ability to walk and visit a loved one who might live in there and meet them out on that outdoor patio for coffee and activate that is a request that we feel like would help to enhance the pedestrian scape of the project and also still keep the internal uses that are necessary by Ridge Care in place. So anything that can be done in order to activate the communal feel of that as opposed to keeping the use very insular and isolated in a way that is still able to work with their programming would be something we would advocate for along Catawba Street and the commercial corridor there.
But it's got to be the enclosed structure, right? Like, for instance, the plazas couldn't count as communal spaces that are meet that non-residential definition.
I think it's a non-residential space. It's an open space there, but in terms of the way that the it's not the code itself, it's the comprehensive land use plan and the small area plan. It envisions that ground floor uses shall be non-residential. So where there are residential uses, we would advocate for those to be connected to the public sidewalk and walk-up units. Where there are non-residential spaces, we would advocate for doorways faced in Catawba to activate that pedestrian corridor as much as possible, and that those be allowed for both ingress and egress. That is not specified in the code, that's just planning principles based on activating the street and keeping that as a pedestrian-friendly corridor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? All right. If there are no further questions, we thank the applicant for their presentation. We now come to the public comment phase.
Well,
I wonder.
So are we going to hear from the transportation?
Oh, well, if you'd like to.
I just had, one.
All right, yes, all right.
I just have one quick question.
Sure.
I was afraid I wouldn't get it done.
We don't waste of time. It was mentioned earlier that you might be the most appropriate person to put this question to, and that's regarding the estimated payment in lieu for the Church Street parking relief. If there's any ballpark idea of how that, could you quantify that, or the pedestrian improvements at Park and Church?
So yeah, I was really, my kind of scope of work was the trip generation, the letter y'all have with the trip parking generation. The fee in lieu was not part of that. Maybe Nolan can speak to that part of it.
Okay.
Just striping and ADA ramps, it's probably in the ballpark of several $1,000s. The overall fee in lieu, I apologize, Councilman, I don't recall the actual linear footage off the top of my head. I have emailed the Public Works Director and City Engineer for assistance with a cost estimate. However, the City Engineer would rather wait until permitting, pending that cost rising and falling. If you look at 4-inch sidewalk per square foot, the last number I can recall was probably 2 years old, and it was about $450 or $450 square foot or cubic yard.
Whatever that nominal amount, as you mentioned, for the pedestrian improvements would be deducted from that amount.
I'll just ask one question to the traffic consultant, just so you can answer. The way I read the report, and I appreciate the information on the relocation of the driveway access, especially on Catawba Street, so that's further from the intersection. But the parking, the data you used for your conclusions on the parking were provided by Ridge Care and no other source. Is that correct?
That's right. But I will add to it that looking at the IT parking generation manual, let's see, I've got some of those numbers. I think I have it on my phone, if you can bear with me a moment. So from the manual, let's see. Congregate care facility with 99 dwelling units from the manual generates 48 weekday parking demand. I think we come up with 47 using Bridge Cares, so that seems to be in line with what we're finding.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yep. All right, you want to plow through public comment, or do you want to take a break?
We take
All right.
just a 3 minute.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute recess and then proceed with public comment. Thank you. Ken is foregoing his time. The second person on the list is Frank Trewick, who I understand has departed. He has left the building. Is Frank Trewick, did he leave? Okay. He had to leave, okay. So he's on the list twice, so I'm assuming he won't speak either time. Next up, we have Megan Link. Yes. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the Belmont City Council. My name is Megan Link. I currently reside at 96 East Catawba Street, Belmont. I speak in support of the proposed Arbor Mill at Park Street project. For the last 2 years, my brother and I have been seeking a suitable independent living situation for our 95-year-old mother. She'll be 96 on Christmas Day. We have looked at and compared innumerable facilities. It has been truly enlightening. Following the first community meeting at Park Street, I drove to Huntersville specifically to tour Rich Care's facility there. As I stated at the second community meeting, I was most favorably impressed. The grounds were pristine, the interior was light, bright, airy, and impeccably decorated, while providing a variety of living options. Based on personal observation and our family's research, I can state unequivocally that Arbor Ridge far surpasses anything that we've found. I am confident that the Arbor Mill facility proposed for the Park Street campus will be nothing short of exceptional. While cost and amenities are always factors, ultimately what sealed the deal for my mother was location. Her chosen facility is minutes from the house she currently owns, in an area where she has resided for more than 60 years. As friends and acquaintances already reside in this complex, she will feel most at home there. While comprised of a mere 4 letters, home is an incredibly significant word. It raises not only thoughts of place, but evokes feelings of comfort, safety, and close relationships. While I was not born and raised here, I have been made welcome. At the close of the film, The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy states, "There's no place like home." In very short order, Belmont has become my home, and frankly, there is no other place quite like it. It is a clear testament to the city that its seniors, including me, wish to stay. In closing, I urge you to support the Arbor Mill at Park Street project. It's a unique opportunity for the Belmont community. I am heartened by Council's own vision statement, which in part reads, "Belmont will be a vibrant, multi-generational community." I thank all of you for your ongoing commitment to the city and for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thanks. Thank you. Now, there are a number of, all right.
I'll be very quick.
All right, very good.
We're not number 4.
More or less.
Richard Boyce, 112 Dory Drive. I really came just to address one thing. I get the sense y'all are moving towards a decision with some of the details. My main confusion was the declaration that this did not fit the comprehensive land use plan. And having been involved in those in the past, I've known that one of the key things was strengthening our downtown and linking it with East Belmont. I can't think of a better project that would do that. That's number one. Number two, we bring in a whole new kind of residential care here for our senior citizens or our seasoned citizens sitting out here. And 3, we're supporting a historic congregation, Park Street United Methodist Church. That's 1, 2, 3. I think they call that a hat trick, right? Hockey and soccer. Coach Biggs says maybe y'all can score a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. I urge you to clean up some of these details as you're all doing carefully and vote for this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there's a number of people here with stars next to their name. I understand that my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that these folks just want to acknowledge that they are here in support and do not intend to speak, but if that is, if you want to speak, please indicate so, but Pam Wilson, if you just want to wave and all right, okay. Mary Thomason, okay. Pam Schubert.
She's had to leave.
Okay. Mary Warner. Yeah. Sam Warner. Okay. David Black.
Yeah, David.
Very good. Ann Walton. Okay. Andy Walton. Jessica Barr. Okay. Jamie Hansen. Okay. May Hyatt. Casey Clark. Very good. I don't know, what jersey is that? I don't know about that. Now, these folks don't have stars next to their name, but indicate whether you wave or if you want to speak. Debbie Frame. Okay. Ann Gilreath. Okay. Judy Merritt. All right. Okay, thank you. And that's it. There's no one else signed up for public comment. And we've asked all our questions. I will entertain a motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are out of public hearing, and that brings us to item C3. Consider ordinance of approval for ZA 2025-04 Park Street United Methodist Ridge Care Senior Apartments, a request to rezone parcels numbers 126019, 126025, 126065 from Neighborhood Center Commercial and General Residential to Neighborhood Center Commercial Conditional District. My thoughts on how to proceed with this, they've asked for a number of areas of relief. I thought we would go through them, see if anyone has any issues with them, and then we have our planning. I would call up our planning director and a representative from the applicant, and we can hammer out what should be in the actual terms of the development agreement, what we want to add to that. We've talked about some items throughout the hearing, and then I think there's some just additional points of clarification we want to tie up. And once we get everything in the development agreement and development standards that we need, we can vote on the amendment with the development standards attached. Does that sound like a plan to everyone?
Yes.
All right. Do we have? Can somebody put up the slide with the areas of relief requested? I think we can go through some of them pretty quickly.
It's back and forth.
All right.
It's up 4 slides.
All right. Well, I've got my own list. I think that's does anyone have any issues with the dumpster location? I mean, that's no. We don't need to. All right. Let's see. Sidewalk planting strip flexibility for existing trees. Any issues? Okay. Tree save, use existing trees or payment in lieu new plantings for all versus 50%. Any issues with that? Okay. No sidewalk on Church Street frontage due to various issues. Instead, do a payment in lieu and pedestrian improvements. Issues with that? Okay. Maximum building footprint, 120,000 square feet versus 6,000 square feet. That's a large number. I think the planning director explained why this property is unique, and I know at the planning board meeting, the chair of the planning board also explained why this isn't. It looks like it's a big deal, but it really isn't. So I don't have any issues with that. Anyone? Okay. So that leaves building height, partial 4th floor, and the parking. So let's do building height first. Anyone have any issues with the height, the partial 4th story? I don't.
No, I don't. And you know, we started. I think we worked with them initially. I think it was supposed to be all 4 floors, and then we the new rendering.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that leaves parking, and so when they came originally, it was they needed 184, and they were providing 124, a difference of 60. However, if we accept the shared use agreement, which it sounds like everyone is conducive to doing, that would give them an additional 30 spaces, so they would be 30 short. We have discussed at various lengths the parking considerations for a facility of this type, and Jason did you verify those calculations?
I did, that's correct.
Okay, very good. So Jason came up with one number which was very close to the number that the transportation planner from Kimley Horn came up with, and the applicant did. Based on everything we have heard, are we comfortable granting the relief requested in the area of parking?
Do we want to discuss about the permitting option, or?
Yes, we can talk about that when we discuss the terms in the development agreement, or the development standards, but yes, that,
I'm fine.
yeah. Okay. All right. So if we're fine with all the areas of relief requested, we have heard a number of different proposals and additional considerations. So my thought is to call up our planning director and a representative of the applicant. Is it Ms. Irvin? Irvin, yes. And so let's just hammer out. I think Tiffany was taking notes about a number of things we wanted to add to the development agreement or development standards, and if the applicant is amenable to that, then we can proceed from there. And then I think there might be a few additional clarifications that staff has been asking for, and we can hammer those out. All right. So what do you have on your list, Tiffany?
The first one I have is clarification of a surface or a pork chop is what industry standard is
Yes.
for the right-in, right-out turns in coordination and final approval by NCDOT.
Okay, and everyone is on board with that? Is the applicant on board with adding that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then it shall be added.
We talked earlier.
Okay. Good. Very good. Well, if you have talked and the applicant is on board, you can so indicate, Tiffany.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Continue.
Perfect. Council has asked that we clarify in the written development standards that the speed bumps as indicated on the schematic plan and recommended by the police department are incorporated into the written conditions as well, and it's my understanding that the applicant is agreeable.
Are you talking about the flock cameras?
No, just the speed
tables?
tables. Yep.
Yes, I have a note, speed tables as shown on the schematic plan.
Okay.
Is that just on the roadway behind the eastern border portion of it?
There are also a couple within.
Within the lot itself?
Yes.
I see, okay.
Everyone fine?
Yes.
All right, very good. But let's talk about Ms. Irvin's point, because we had some additional clarification on the flock cameras tonight beyond what was in the original version of the development agreement, where there's more specificity. I think it was just the original conditions were more, we will coordinate with the police department, but now we have 2 flock cameras or something?
That's right.
We did have a chance to have a conversation with the police chief and talk a little more about it. And so, the note we have is installation and maintenance of 2 flock cameras, one at Park Street and one at East Catawba. And so.
Are those rated, is that specificity sufficient for you all?
I would ask that the language be amended to reflect also the cloud coverage be the responsibility of the petitioner as shown on the slide.
Is that
Okay,
acceptable?
absolutely.
Okay, is that acceptable to us, council?
Is there one needed on the church?
That's what I was about to say, there's 4 entry points, so we're gonna just not worry about church.
Well, we might need chiefs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Is it Chief Falls, block cameras on church,
Church and Park, sir.
church and park?
Church and Park or Catawba and Park?
Church and park. Is that acceptable?
Catawba and Keener, sorry.
Tom and Keith.
So that's what we had originally, so Park and Catawba.
That's
So,
right.
Chief, just to clarify, is one necessary at church? Had you requested one at church?
No.
Okay.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
We're gonna be forcing a lot of traffic on there. I mean, not a lot, but more than, by having restricting right in, right out on the ribbons on the Catawba Street and Park Street entrances, you know, all that traffic that wants to go a different way is gonna be on the Church Street.
I think, from planning's perspective, it would speak to the intent of the flock camera and what's hoped to be gained on the flock camera on that, so we would support Lisa's recommendation.
Okay.
All right, what else do y'all have?
Sure. In order to maximize the pedestrian nature of Catawba Street, we are asking that we maximize connections from the public sidewalk to the building itself, specifically at minimum to add back the stairs to the outdoor plaza as shown along Catawba Street to allow that to be utilized by both the building residents as well as the public as sort of an open space pocket park for Catawba Street residents.
And was that one of the,
That is a staff and applicant agreed condition in order to help mitigate the intent of compliance with the comprehensive land use plan. Like this plaza right here, right now, you can see that the site plan does not propose any access or activation at the street level. And so as one way to activate those non-residential uses, it's our understanding the applicant is committing to connect these back as was shown on some of the earlier renderings of elevations.
okay. Okay. Everyone fine with that? Yeah. Okay. What next?
We did, we are looking to you for some clarification on the shuttle commitment and language that you want to lock in there, so I think we would like to come back to that one.
Okay.
So the next one on the agreed list is to update the shared use parking agreement to provide specific details that the peak demand of the church use and the independent living use hours do not overlap.
Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Is everyone amenable to that? All right. Very good.
And then to clarify the use restriction, as noted by Mayor Pro Tem, the proposal is to, in the permitted uses, which is number 5 in the development standards agreement, to replace the word senior and clarify that it would be for 55 and older, but still keep in the ITE notes related to the types of 55 and older.
That's fine. We're all in agreement with that.
And then the last condition was to utilize a permit parking program not to exceed 30 residents with a parking permit.
Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Are you all?
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. We agree. That's good.
All right. And then a shuttle commitment, the one drafted by the applicant, reads,
Shuttle, oh, my handwriting.
no, sorry, I
Go
couldn't find it
back.
on the list.
Shuttle will be provided as a service amenity, and the reason I wrote it like that was because I think Mark had mentioned, you know, they do have lots of different schedules, but they can't predict exactly what those would be. So I just wrote that the shuttle would be provided as a service amenity.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more concerned with the fact that there will be a shuttle.
You just want it to be dedicated parking for that, or?
Yeah, do we need to say anything about, and it will be parked on site when not in use?
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I just think we need to be more specific, and that's specific enough that there will be a shuttle, so, anyone have any concerns? Okay, we're good with that.
And then just as a point of clarification and wrap up with some of the other items discussed that are not currently reflected in your development standards, if council would like to have any commitment about the fire training burns and utilization of that for the 2 houses on there, that's not currently listed in the development standards, as well as clarification on council's desire for ground floor non-residential uses and how much should be non-residential versus residential on the lower level.
All right.
I think for the burn, yes. If, of course, allowed by.
The insurance, that was my concern, that was my comment, so, we certainly represented other churches in the past, and where with the training exercise was something that was requested, and half the time the insurance carrier is fine with it, and half the time they aren't. It just doesn't seem to be any way to tell. And so I was hesitant to put it in the development standards, but could certainly commit here that the applicant is fine with it as long as the insurance carrier.
Parks, do you think it needs to be?
She's on record, so I
Okay.
believe that's that.
All right, then I'm fine with that. So that leaves the non-residential space at the ground floor level. So what are we thinking in terms of that? Like, what?
Staff doesn't know what's currently the split being proposed by the applicant, so staff doesn't have a recommendation here, and is seeking guidance from council on what you all would like to see, how much is acceptable as residential, and perhaps if there is any information that the applicant can help to clarify on what's currently outlined, that would maybe.
Is there any information the applicant would like to clarify on what's currently outlined or intended?
Well, we talked about it a little bit during the break, and, you know, certainly most of the common area facilities are on the first floor. The communal areas and facilities that wouldn't be typical of a standard apartment building. The dining hall facilities, the kitchen, you know, all of those things that make sense on the first floor. So what we had said in our conditions was that we would commit to that dining hall facility, and then that brings in, you know, the kitchen and all the rest of the support for that, that it would have access to, the exact wording was, the building would include at least one non-residential space at the ground floor level. Now, when we say one, we're talking about in the form of a dining facility with exterior doors providing exterior access. I mean, we can say dining facility and support areas.
Administrative office suites.
Okay. I mean, really, it takes up a good amount of the first floor, but.
But I think we can hear they also
Yeah.
add that from the first floor as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, I thought they said the units facing East Catawba Street will all be the restaurant, the park, or the hair salon, not restaurant, but the dining.
The renderings show residential balconies and
Yeah, it is envisioned that this area, we go to the other view.
Sure.
So, that one's fine.
The other,
Yeah, so this is contemplated as the dining area.
Which
On
one are there?
the corner here, with access to the patio that then activates with the sidewalk. But there are residential units on that first floor, and really all along, that was part of our vision, to have folks be able to walk out of their apartment and be a part of the town. I mean, this is kind of senior living 2.0 or 3.0, so I understand what needs to be accomplished there. I think we do accomplish it with the dining area. On the other side, there'll be administrative suites, potentially activities areas, but we really want to have those apartments interacting with the sidewalk. We think that makes this project very unique and very livable.
Are you comfortable with those types of spaces meeting that definition of what?
I'm comfortable with doorways that face Catawba that connect to the public sidewalk to activate that streetscape, whether that's residential or commercial or a mix of uses with there. One thing I would note is that when we talk about activating a commercial corridor, one thing we think about is people going in and out, right? And so I do want to make sure that we're clear whether or not we want it as a development condition, that right now, the vision might be for folks to be able to go out onto that patio from the dining area, but it's not currently, unless we have further discussions, intended for folks to enter into the dining facility. And for example, say I'm gonna meet my mom for lunch and to partake in a meal together at lunch like a typical restaurant would be. It still is a dining hall facility. So I think there's doors out, but my understanding at this time is that residents would only be allowed in, not members of the public. So I would like clarity on that, just from an understanding how it's gonna activate the street and activate people who might not be residents and their ability to connect with loved ones who are residents of the facility.
So there's still controlled access there.
Yeah, so it'll be fob. So that door will be locked. But if we're talking about engaging, if there are apartments on the street, there could be things happening other than going in and out. I mean, there could be people congregating on their patios, congregating on the plaza area there. And a resident could come and go from that area because they would have a key fob that would allow them entrance. But someone just coming off the street, but we don't serve people off the street.
Right.
That's an important designation. It's not that we don't want them to come in, it's just we have nothing for them to come into.
But if they're coming to visit, they're gonna come around the main entrance, use the fob and be cleared in.
That's right.
So as long as you all are comfortable, I did want to make sure that we understood that while the ground floor use in that one location might be non-residential, its ability to activate the street is different than what we would typically see when we talk about ground level, non-residential use along commercial frontage. Not necessarily that it's bad or good, just wanted to put the point onto the record.
I think it's, this is a unique building type within itself, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then we'll leave that one as written, and then just work together on activating the public plaza.
And is there anything else planning would like clarified with respect to the development standards that have not been clarified?
On item P in the development standards, staff would like clarity on whether or not, where the note reads, right-of-way needed to accommodate proposed improvements shall be dedicated prior to certificate of occupancy. We would like clarity that that includes all roadway, pedestrian, and bicycle improvements that are noted on the city's current adopted plans effective today. Or whether or not, like what exactly is included in that commitment so that we can ensure proper compliance.
Yes.
All
roadway, pedestrian, and bicycle
improvements on the city's adopted plans.
on the city's adopted plan as of today.
Yes. So that would be our most recent multimodal Vision Zero and pedestrian plans.
Okay, that makes sense, because this was filed before those.
Right, so without a condition, we would not be able to come into this.
Okay, we're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Not at this time, I believe everything else was covered.
All right, anything else that anyone on council thinks should be added to the development standards that we haven't discussed? I think we got everything.
I think we've covered everything.
All right, well, thank you both.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. All right, so we've talked about the requested areas of relief. We have hammered out what needs to be in the development agreement. With all that being said, I think the time has come, unless anyone has anything else they'd like to add. I would entertain, I think, based on what we have talked about, it would be a motion to approve the proposed zoning amendment as modified.
I'd just like to say,
go ahead.
sorry, first, that I want to thank Pastor Hyatt, your congregation, the residents. We've heard from you guys for months, years now, and we appreciate all your hard work. And we know it's kind of been a thing at times to comply with some of the stipulations and things that you've heard from us. But obviously, I think you understand, we have to look at this through the lens of what would be best for the city and not just the residents here at Arbor Mill. But I think your comments at the outset beautifully captured sort of the mission of this project, and I do think it's a beautiful project. The renderings are fantastic, I think. I think it really blends well with the surrounding area. For me, the major points were access and parking. I think we hammered that out. I think we were able to overcome that sufficiently for me. To the speaker's point about our vision statement says that Belmont is to be a multi-generational city. Well, this is one very critical piece of that that's lacking in our city. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve
beat you to it. Technically, you did. So we
I got one thing I want to say also. I mean, we've already been here 5 hours. What's 5 more minutes for me to gab, right? But I also want to say thank you so much for this. This is going to be a great ministry for our community, and thank you to the congregation that has worked hard to push this. I did want to say I thought it was kind of cool that you guys went from 100 rooms to 99, and I wrote a little something down, and what I said was that the senior facility home has 99 rooms, not 100. Kind of like the Bible story about the 99 sheep. It reminds us that God cares about every person, even the ones who's missing. Since it's next to the church, It's a great place to show love and to care everyone who lives there or who still needs to have a place to belong. So I think that was a really neat thing, even though we went from 100 to 99, I think that was a blessing all in the same breath. So thank you for that, and just thank you for everybody involved in this. This is gonna be great. I don't want any seniors to have to leave our town to go somewhere else to live when we could do something like this great for them, so thank you.
Very well said. Yeah. Anyone else want to make a additional statement or?
Did you have a second?
Oh, I got a second right here.
Well, all right. Sorry, Jason, you got.
So city attorney, I think, has a point to add.
Oh, it's your point.
No, that was.
All right, well, so we have a motion by Alex to approve as modified, seconded, I suppose, by Catherine. Does anyone want to make any other position statements before we vote? I would echo what everyone else has said. I would, I think I appreciate everyone's willingness to be flexible, to get us where we need to be. Obviously, there are some site constraints and, legitimate concerns expressed by the planning board, but I hope that through our discussions and willingness to compromise that we've achieved a result that reflects all those concerns and provides some much-needed senior living for the city of Belmont. So we have a motion by Alex to approve as modified, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Yes, thank you. This is a lot better than the reaction we got from our last time. We do have a procedural motion based on our comprehensive land use plan. We also need a motion that this petition is a reasonable request and is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in land use, housing, and community character.
So moved.
Motion made by Jason, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. So thank you, everyone. The project is approved, and we can get the revised development standards and everything, but we look forward to seeing it. Thank you, everyone. Why don't we take a brief recess? I imagine everyone might not be excited about our landscape buffers text amendment. So we'll come back.
Uh-oh, this starts going again.
I know, wait, okay, don't set the clock yet, here we go.
Church took it.
I love it. All right, you can start the clock. Thank you all so much for having me to present this tonight and sticking with us through a long meeting already. So tonight we're here to talk about landscape buffers and specifically our Type A landscaping buffer or opaque screen, which in our code is set forth to provide visual and auditory separation between different types of uses and other transitional areas in our community, like those between, properties and I-85 or properties in the railroad in downtown. We are proposing, so this is a staff-initiated text amendment. This is a little different than some of the others that have come before you this year that have been initiated by an applicant. We are initiating this text amendment for a couple of reasons. One of those being our recently adopted comprehensive plan and Wilkinson Boulevard Small Area Plan. This amendment, we feel, brings the code into alignment with the visions laid out in those plans, which specify areas of our community to prioritize for economic development, such as the Wilkinson Boulevard corridor. We also have received requests for relief in this area in project applications several times already this year. And when, as a planning department, we receive those requests, it's best practice for us as planners to look at whether that's something that should continue to need to go through conditional zoning, if it's a request for relief that's looked favorably upon when it comes before y'all, or if it's something that maybe the code could be better serving us by addressing that relief administratively in the code. And finally, you may have noticed as you reviewed some of the existing language, we certainly noticed as we've been reviewing this code language in order to make the text amendment, there's a lot of areas that could benefit from additional clarification. And as staff, we struggle to interpret several parts of the existing code language. So you received a mostly up-to-date version of the code language in your packet. I've handed out printed copies of the revised version that was finalized after planning board, but we accidentally uploaded the wrong version to iCompass, so that did not reflect all the changes that planning board made, but those changes are in front of you now. And speaking of planning board, this amendment goes back to earlier this year. We brought it to the planning board at their May 15th meeting, not as a presentation for a recommendation, but as an initial discussion to talk through their concerns, their interests as, kind of our guardians and stewards of the land development code to get their perspective. So in that discussion, we shared our research that we conducted into how our peer communities are handling this topic, and then had a pretty extensive discussion with the board about what they would want to see in an ordinance or an amendment to our code. Key feedback we got from the planning board: currently our regulations around these type A buffers regulate sometimes based on uses, sometimes based on districts. Planning board wanted to see it be consistent, and they favored regulating based on uses over districts. They also wanted to see a table to help guide how those potential reductions in width might be applied. And generally they were open to the idea of allowing width reductions if sufficient vertical screening is provided that really gets at the intent of the code and provides that visual and auditory barrier between those distinct uses. So with that feedback, we kind of hit the ground running and started to draft this amendment. So I'm going to talk very briefly. You have, as I mentioned, the ordinance language in front of you, so I'm not going to dig into, okay, it says this exactly, but what does it mean in practice as planning staff is trying to apply it? So currently, under our existing code language, anytime a parcel is zoned in one of our three more intense zoning districts, highway commercial, business campus development, or institutional campus development, it needs a buffer regardless of the use that it's next to, if it's next to any other district. So if you've got highway commercial, which
in numerous places, for example, along Wilkinson Boulevard. We've got highway commercial parcels that directly abut general residential, rural residential, and other zoning districts that are not highway commercial. Anytime that happens, there's a type A buffer that's required, and it has to be at least 30 feet. The only exception to that in the current code is when those zoning districts abut other parcels in the same zoning district. So that's, even if there's, commercial uses next to a highway that happen to be in a general residential or a different zoning district. The code also says anytime a civic use is located next to a residential use, with the exception of a couple districts that we recognize as being more of our mixed-use districts, or some of our more suburban and rural districts that have lower scale, lower density development in the first place. Anytime that civic use is next to residential, there is a 10 to 30 foot minimum buffer required. That's all the code says. It doesn't give us any indication of how we should select between 10 and 30, some intermediate number, a 25-foot buffer, what have you. And so practically what happens is when developers come to us, they see 10 foot in code. We might recommend a 30-foot or try to require a 30-foot buffer, but there's nothing that really backs us up or gives us teeth in arguing for a wider buffer if we feel it might be necessary, because they say, well, it's codified, we can do 10 foot. We don't have guidance or criteria that we can evaluate for giving a different answer. And then there are some areas of the code that are simply confusing to us, right? This was an ordinance written by a human, and so there's some room there for human error, so we're hoping to correct that with this amendment. One of those areas of kind of confusion for us is the code also asks to add a type A buffer anytime a civic use is located next to any other district. That's very confusing for us as planning staff because we regulate uses and districts differently, and civic uses are actually allowed in any district. So we don't really know how to interpret the intention of that part of the code or apply it. And it's also got that same buffer range issue that I mentioned before. And then another area of, we think, just omission, the code currently says that if you've got a natural buffer that already exists, a vegetated area along part of a parcel that would require this type A buffer, if it doesn't meet the requirements of the code, it's not opaque, it's not tall enough, the code clarifies that the planning director or her designee can require more plantings to help it meet the requirements, but it doesn't explicitly allow for that buffer to, on its own, meet the requirements. We think that's what the code intends to do, it's just not explicitly written, so we're hoping to correct that. So, key changes proposed in the new amendment, like I mentioned, we're looking now to regulate the buffer requirements based on land uses rather than the district. As we know, you can have a general residential zoned parcel, but that can allow for a range of uses, right? So what we're looking to do is ensure that specific uses that might be more intense or might be less compatible with certain other more sensitive uses in our community can be buffered, and then for uses that might fall next to a use they're more compatible with, allow some flexibility in that buffer, but ensuring that they are where they need to be to protect our most sensitive uses in the community. Our new requirements as proposed in the text amendment do allow for a reduction in the buffer width if sufficient vertical screening elements are included, so a wall or a fence that's at least 8 feet in height and made of a durable material like brick or stone, or, and this is a change coming from the planning board feedback, a grade change, like a topographic change of at least 3 feet with a gradual slope so as not to cause erosion issues or stormwater control issues. If you recall hearing the Saki Express project presentation to you a couple months ago, their site had a specific feature with their topography where the site sits further below grade as you come back from Wilkinson Boulevard. So that's an example of a property where If you have, certain topographic features, rather than having to, put a 30-foot buffer in, we're looking for ways to explore allowing that topography to help you meet those buffer requirements if it's appropriate. And we'll talk a little bit more about when that's appropriate and when it's not. And then finally, the text amendment as proposed also allows for reductions in width if the applicant can provide sufficient evidence and supporting documentation to show that the use that's proposed is compatible with its neighbors. So we also, before I get into a couple examples, incorporated several clarifications and new elements to the code. As staff, the reason we feel strongly about this text amendment is because rather than us having to decide and then defend the minimum width of a buffer that should be required, this now puts the burden of proof on the applicants to demonstrate that if they, show certain things, if they incorporate certain elements within their buffer design, then they deserve potentially a width reduction. But the way the code is written in the amendment, they would default to that wider width unless and until they can prove and they can show that compatibility or that buffer design. Like we mentioned, it rectifies what we think is that omission that and now allows existing natural buffers to qualify as a type A buffer. And then it also ensures that, you can include a slatted wood fence, for example, in your buffer if you'd like to, but only walls or fencing that are going to actually provide that visual and auditory separation between uses are going to actually qualify you for a width reduction. So it makes that distinction between certain elements that can be included in a type A buffer and those that would actually qualify you for a width reduction because it's meeting the intent of the ordinance. So I have a couple example scenarios for y'all, just to walk through where are we at now and what would this change. So first example is we've got a light manufacturing use proposed on a traditional neighborhood development parcel that's next to general residential in downtown. In our current ordinance, even though that's light manufacturing, there's no type A buffer or screening required.
Why not?
That's a great question. Yeah.
It's not the first time we've found one of those great questions.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. In the proposed ordinance, the 30-foot buffer would be that default. And then for light and heavy manufacturing, the only width reduction we would allow under the new ordinance would be width reduction due to that vertical screening element. So they could go down to 20 feet if they had, say, a brick wall included in the buffer as well, but no less than 20 feet between uses. Another example, you've got a civic office on a business campus development parcel next to neighborhood center commercial and downtown district in downtown. We have a lot of this occurring in our downtown and some of our East End area and Chronicle District areas because of our history as a textile community. So that business campus development district is what we kind of treat as our our industrial district. And so a lot of our historic mill properties are zoned BCD, but now they're located next to shops and walkable offices and restaurants. And so on the flip side, right, before we were saying, okay, we're not maybe buffering manufacturing the way we should be right now unless it's in certain districts. We're maybe buffering certain districts more than is necessary based on the context. So for this specific example, let's say this parcel has downtown district and neighborhood center commercial on either side. Because it's business campus district, the use doesn't matter. It needs a 30-foot buffer anytime it touches another district. Under the proposed ordinance, they would default to that 30 feet at a minimum, or excuse me, as a starting point. If they included that vertical screening element, like a wall or a grade change, as we talked about, they could receive a 10-foot reduction. They would have to show their buffer design to be able to qualify themselves for that. And then if the applicant is able to show that the use is compatible with neighboring uses through provision of evidence like traffic generation, expected foot traffic, expected engagement with the business or the use or what have you, then potentially another 10-foot reduction could be justified. And if that use does not have additional special requirements under Chapter 6 in that district, we would potentially allow up to another 5 feet. So in this particular case, based on the proof and the evidence provided by the applicant in this scenario, possible to get down from 30 feet to 5 feet, but again, only if they're able to demonstrate that it's not harming the adjacent use, it's compatible, it's a similar level of intensity, right?
Can you go back though
Sure.
real quick?
Yeah.
That one, because we looked at buffers a couple of years ago and increased them.
Sure.
We're saying that under whose understanding of it being compatible, we could reduce this down to 5 feet.
So under the proposed text amendment, it would be an administrative decision for staff to make.
So here's the deal. We increased buffering to trigger conditional uses so that council could have more legislative decisions when it comes to proposed developments, particularly infill, where we see a lot of folks come to us with questions and stuff. I don't know if I feel comfortable basically doing this because we're potentially taking away triggers that we put into place to trigger conditional zoning to come to council.
Sure. I understand that. I do think, if I think back to the 3 projects that we've received this year, right, that are triggering a request for relief in this area, all 3 of them are also requesting relief in other areas. So to your point,
But that's not always going to be the case. Again, the idea for folks, for you guys that are newer, but when we started doing the buffering, the idea was to cast a wide net so that we could retain power at the council level for conditional zonings. So that we could be responsible, because the idea is we're the ones who are elected and the ones who are accountable to the citizens. So when things could potentially get through, and not saying that the administrative piece isn't going to happen, but responsibility ultimately falls on the council. So we implemented safeguards to try to trigger additional conditional zonings so that we could have the ultimate say in this. So I don't know if I feel comfortable voting for these changes.
Sure. I can absolutely understand that. I think part of staff's perspective as well is thinking back to our comprehensive plan and the Wilkinson Boulevard Small Area Plan that were recently adopted. Those designate downtown and Wilkinson Boulevard as areas, among others, for targeted investment, for economic development. Wilkinson Boulevard in particular is and has been identified as an area where we want that to be the gateway to our community. We want to be proud of how Wilkinson Boulevard looks and feels when folks travel into Belmont. And so we saw this because several of the projects that have requested this relief are located on Wilkinson
I can
Boulevard.
appreciate that too. I think that they can still come to us and ask for that relief.
Bingo. It could still come through to us as an investment, good investment under conditional use.
Sure. I have one more scenario, and then I am happy to open it up for questions for y'all.
Is there a question?
Or any additional discussion. One last scenario, let's say we have a gas station on a highway commercial parcel next to general residential on Wilkinson Boulevard. Our current ordinance requires that 30-foot buffer anywhere that parcel touches, again, another district. I will also note that on Wilkinson Boulevard in particular, we've got our highway corridor overlay district, which requires another 30 feet off of the frontage of all of those parcels for frontage improvements to allow for a planting strip, 10-foot multi-use path, and then another 10-foot buffer on the other side. So on some of those parcels, which some, depending on the proposed use, are able to take a loss of 60 feet in the parcel depth, but for some parcels it makes it very difficult to develop any sort of attractive use that's going to make use of that site if they have a particularly shallow depth. And that's only thinking about the depth, but there are some parcels that our highway commercial, and then actually abut residential, general residential or rural residential on several sides, which makes it even more complicated if they have to take this 30 feet off several frontages. So under that proposed text amendment, anywhere that any use that wasn't one of the two we just discussed, light or heavy manufacturing or civic, abuts residential, right, trying to protect those sensitive uses, defaults to a 30-foot buffer. Now the key here, and I think what makes this version of the ordinance strong, is in general residential, you might have that parcel be a home, but it might actually be a business, or it might be an office, or another allowable use that doesn't fall into our residential use category. So in that case, we would not require a buffer under the new ordinance. However, if it is a residential use, then we are implementing that buffer requirement and protecting that use. I did want to share, so we brought this to the Environmental Sustainability Board at their meeting a couple weeks ago. We got some really helpful feedback from them at that meeting. We made some corrections to the width modification table that's proposed in your ordinance. They proposed adding some specifications for landscaped earthen berms, which are not currently defined in our ordinance. We didn't end up adding those suggestions because Planning Board had a different recommendation that ended up removing the landscaped earthen berm requirements completely. And then they expressed several concerns about potential impacts to property values, the impact of reducing a buffer width to stormwater and erosion, and also wanted some more information about noise and light pollution. So they ultimately did not feel they had enough information to consider, and they did not provide a recommendation for or against the amendment as presented to them. Planning and Zoning Board heard the amendment the next evening. They voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval as modified. As presented to them, there was no carve-out for neighborhood manufacturing from the other manufacturing uses, which is the amendment that y'all just heard last month. Because of the extra considerations put into place in that amendment to ensure that neighborhood manufacturing is compatible with its neighboring uses in the districts it was allowed in, they felt that there didn't need to be a buffer required there. And then, as I mentioned, they replaced the landscaped earthen berm in the vertical screening elements with a grade change element, like I described before. They also unanimously found that the text amendment was reasonable, in the public interest, and consistent with the goals of the comp plan in the areas of land use, economy, and environment. And these are just the descriptions of why they felt that it was consistent with those goal areas. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to open it up for any additional questions or discussion.
Is it possible to, sorry, go ahead.
I'm afraid you did not meet the challenge of 8 minutes.
I know, I'm sorry.
Is it possible to, because I don't necessarily disagree with the idea of assigning buffers to use versus district. I think that, and maybe, I don't know if anybody has an objection, help me.
If you can go back 2 slides real quick, because there was an important piece that you mentioned, or maybe it was this one, or wherever the Environmental Sustainability Board was bringing up their commentary. Express concerns about impacts of property values from our, let's see, noise and light pollution. So when we're talking about particular, whether it's light manufacturing or it's this, we don't really know. We can put that into one single bucket, but light manufacturing in some instances could be more crude than what another light. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to conditional, well, hold on. When it comes to conditional zoning, we as the council get to make that decision.
Right. I don't disagree.
And there's a bigger piece to the legislation. The other second piece to this is right now there's legislation as it pertains to downzoning. So is there something where we're going to be able to revert back to more stricter rules if this is not the right way to proceed? And I don't think we will be able to. That's why I don't feel comfortable doing this, because if someone wants to invest in this community and they say, oh, you've just triggered, you triggered this buffer issue. Well, but you have the option to go conditional, and you get to go before council for their ultimate say and vote on it. at least the option is there. But when we go out into the community and we're talking to citizens and they're saying, why did you approve this? Why did
We're
you
the
do
ones
that?
that call the cartel.
I want to be able to say, this is why I approved it.
Right.
So that was the whole mentality of trying to get down to stricter zoning so that we could trigger these conditional uses. So that's why, again, I just don't know if I feel comfortable just making it an administrative. But again, nothing against your administrative policy. We as the elected ones are the ones that are held accountable for it.
Right.
Absolutely.
I agree with that, Alex. That's a good point.
Any other questions for Reagan? I would just, I think it could be a little bit more clear that the applicant has the burden of justifying buffer width reductions in the proposed ordinance. That didn't, I understand that was what was stated in the presentation, but it didn't come out to me super clear in the actual language that's being proposed.
Sure. Is there language you would recommend or?
Not at 10:04.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking particularly cogently, but I just thought it was a little bit unclear. It's like, what does it say? Do we have? Well, I can. Let's see, find it. If you can identify the portion that you think establishes the burden. When the applicant provides conditions.
I do see what you're saying. I think that there's probably language around, subject to sufficient documentation or proof being provided by the applicant. The planning director may also consider the following factors.
I don't know, I think it should just be spelled out that if the applicant must establish that if the planning director may administratively approve a minimum buffer, I'm looking at 4A, the planning director may administratively approve a minimum buffer within the ranges identified in subsections 1A and 1B when the applicant perhaps establishes that a combination of vertical screening and landscaping that achieves an equivalent level of opacity and visual separation as a standard type A buffer pursuant to the conditions depicted in table X.
Sure.
Is that?
Yeah.
All right.
Certainly.
Okay. That would be my own thing. I mean, we'll see. It might be a moot point, but to me, that would be my one.
Well, I do just want to reiterate too that I absolutely respect and understand council's role in having the final say and needing to kind of defend these decisions to the public. In some of these cases that we just talked through, some of these example scenarios would not even come before you, right? If we have, for example, a light manufacturing use in TND next to general residential, for example. These aren't examples with specific projects in mind, but they are parcels that exist, situations that exist within our community that I pulled to kind of help illustrate some of the shortcomings of the existing code. So if you're not comfortable with the text amendment as proposed, staff is definitely open to hearing ideas about how we can rectify some of the gaps and still clarify some of the omissions. But maybe that, it's all right if that's a further discussion.
I would be in favor of tabling this because I, at this point, will be voting against it. And again, to Jim's point, it's 10. I'm not saying that it will fail by just me voting, but it's as late as it is in the evening. I don't think it's prudent to go through this right now.
I just have one note to you all's point about wanting more projects to come through conditional zoning that might be worth looking at, not tonight. Let me just put that caveat out onto the table. But to better understand is, for some projects, like Reagan was alluding to, that might not go through conditional zoning, that's because there's currently provisions with size restrictions on which projects can actually pursue conditional zoning based on the zoning designation of those parcels. So just something to think about when we're looking at requiring conditional zoning. It's not necessarily bad, but it might be something worth revisiting or discussing as a group on, are the limits appropriate for the current size restrictions that would allow someone to request conditional zoning versus pursuing by right development?
And then maybe if council is okay with it, next time we talk about this, that's part of the conversation. Because again, I don't feel comfortable unraveling what folks like me and others throughout the past couple of years have been working on in regards to trying to push development through conditional.
Sure, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that discussion would help us with some of the disconnect when applicants say, well, look, my project doesn't meet the project size that would allow me to pursue relief through conditional zoning, and yet this requirement is burdensome on my ability to develop the parcel. So if we could look at that holistically, it might help to address some of those challenges or feedback that we're getting.
That's fair.
So is there, I just want to make sure that there's direction to staff on what we want to see when this is next, not that we're just tabling it because it's late and we're tired, but.
I don't disagree, but it's a bigger conversation is what I'm trying to allude to.
All right.
Because if we're going to vote for this, what is the consequences of what we've built up for development to be forced through conditional zoning? I think it's a bigger conversation, is all I'm trying to say.
Sure. And it may be a workshop meeting conversation where we can dig a little bit further down into some of the nuances, for sure.
But again, that's just me. I'll order.
So what I heard for staff, if this is correct, is that we need to also want to make sure that anything we propose complies or is allowed both today in the current down zoning language, as well as would allow for reversal in the future if necessary. And also to bring back an option that wouldn't take away the ability to have conditional zoning consideration for some of this relief request, and then some options for even the amount of land area necessary for maybe encouraging more requests to come to you guys if relief is desired, as opposed to restricting that option for folks.
I think that makes sense.
All right, so my questions would be, one, if that were the case, would it have to go back to planning board, or would it, how would we proceed with that? And two, when would it?
Sure.
Because if we table something, we generally need to table it to a date certain.
Until a date such as, until a further time. It sounds like there are potentially some changes that staff could make, but it sounds like there's maybe also a broader discussion to be had, where we can potentially learn a little bit more from council about how we see buffers playing into the ability to have
That sounds more like a workshop topic.
It does.
What are we?
I would say wait until at least January.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the new members,
Yes.
potentially to be.
So like the January workshop?
That'd be good.
All right. Okay, so do we need to, we are in public hearing, do we need to, would the motion be to continue the public hearing, or?
Are you going to need to discuss more in a public hearing, or do you want to just discuss it as a matter of to adopt or not?
Well, we would need them to represent, right? And then probably question and answer at that time. Would that need to be in a public hearing, or could we do that outside of a public hearing?
I think you could do that. I think you could come out of public hearing now and have this decision postponed until the January workshop.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Now, having said that, you might have new faces that hadn't heard this presentation. So, I'm sort of saying,
Just deny what we propose, and then bring it back for further discussion, and then we just kind of start from scratch.
have another public hearing.
Yeah.
So, all right, if we did that, would anything new have to go back through planning board, because we'd be starting from scratch?
Yeah, let's start back.
Probably needs to anyway.
I was gonna say, if it was just in the chapter that we advertised, it may not need to be, but based on the feedback I'm getting, more chapters than chapter 11 might be impacted by the discussion that we had, in which case we would feel most comfortable renoticing it for the additional chapters not yet included.
Let's do it.
All right, so first we need to have a motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion by Alex, seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are out of public hearing. That brings us to item C5, consider ordinance of approval for TA 2025-05 landscaping buffer text amendment.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to deny and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I think it's a reasonable request, and I don't understand the fascination with buffers. I think they're too large, and I think it's a reasonable approach to handling it, so I would have approved as presented with my one modification. But we are also going to need another motion, I guess, that this is not a reasonable request and is not consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in land use economy and environment.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Jason, second by Alex. All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. You can't vote.
Oh, I have a clarification request.
Okay.
Anytime council finds something to be inconsistent with our comprehensive land use plan, we are seeking clarity as to what exactly is inconsistent. And the reason for that is that it automatically updates the recently adopted vision in your comprehensive land use plan. So in order to make sure that that is rectified, any clarity you can provide us as to the reasoning of what is exactly inconsistent and what needs to be modified with our recently updated plan is appreciated by staff.
Yeah, let me get to my page I was looking at. And just as an FYI, I think I've asked for this in the past, because it's not always going to be that council votes yes to stuff. It might be helpful to have everything kind of listed out, just as an FYI.
Staff felt that this one was consistent, so we're not sure.
But again, if council approves it, right, and votes on it.
Sure.
Are you looking to fall back on the public interest piece?
Do what?
Are you looking to fall back on the public interest piece?
Yes.
Yeah.
The other option that you guys always have, just as a matter of clarity, is that you can deny something even if it's consistent with the plan. So if you don't find it to be
I don't
inconsistent,
think
but you just don't like it,
Again,
that's
I don't think
okay.
it's in the public's best interest, because again, if I think about it from a council's perspective, our responsibility is to the public. And in this instance, I feel like we're creating kind of almost like a rubber stamping factory to where we're taking council's legislation out of it.
Sure, and I wasn't trying to counteract that point. So I'm saying what you could do if council felt so led, if you felt that the text amendment's consistent with the goals of the comp plan, but it still might not be a reasonable request and in the public's best interest, you can make separate findings on both of those items. Or if you do find it inconsistent, staff would just seek clarity as to the reasoning why.
I think I just spoke, it's inconsistent.
Any other insights for planning staff? All right. All right. Well, that concludes the regular portion of the agenda. We move into other business. We'll start with Alex.
Just a couple of things. I'm going to be brief. I know it's a state road, but the McLean neighborhoods have brought up some concern in regards to the crosswalks and to the new walking trails. I don't know if we could maybe talk with NCDOT and just see if there's any additional safety measures that they could look into, because it is a pretty high speed or a high trafficked road. And of course now we have crosswalks, but you have to push the button and all it does is just signal some lights. So I don't know if there's some additional safety measures we can work with NCDOT on, or just ask them about it. Second of all, I did participate, as others did, in the veterans event over over at Stowe Park. I think it was a great job. Thank you to the DDA and of course Susan and team who worked on that. And then secondly, I won't go into the spiel because we've started the December one, but I just wanted to acknowledge that this will be Jim's last full-time council meeting as Mayor Pro Tem, as our regular council, and Catherine's last regular council meeting as a councilwoman. And I just wanted to say, Jim, you've done a phenomenal job leading the city council, and I have the highest respect for you, and I think you have done a great job leading Belmont. Even though you don't have the mayor's title, you absolutely have done and executed it greatly, so I appreciate that, Jim.
Thank you.
And Catherine, thank you for stepping up to the plate when, of course, council has needed you, and you've done a great job, and I have really appreciated working with you. So
It's a sacrifice.
That's all I have.
Charlie?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was probably good point. This is your last meeting, so congrats. Yeah, you stepped up, like Alex said, and I thought you did a phenomenal job. Jim, great job.
Thank you.
Consummate professional. Love it.
We try.
And hats off to everybody that had a hand in Boo Fest and Veterans Day events in Stowe Park. Those went really well. I know I got a lot of positive feedback from a lot of people for those events. So thank you, everybody. That's all I got.
Thank you, Catherine.
I don't have anything to say here, but now that you say, I didn't realize. I thank you, Jim, for what you've done for the city. Like Alex said, you've stepped up, and I don't think that the Pro Tem should even be on that tag. You've been a wonderful mayor to the citizens, and you've been a great leader for us and a great mentor for me, and I'm so thankful for the friendship we've made. And for myself, this has been a wild ride. It's been fun. It's a lot of learning. If you're running for council, you better know what you're signing up for right now. Buckle up, that's for sure. But it's been a blessing, even in the bad. And I'm thankful for all you guys and the friendships that we've made throughout all of it. So.
Thank you. Jason?
I would echo what my colleagues have said. First about you, Jim, and Catherine. Jim, you've been the consummate professional, and Frank, I don't think any of us know how you do it, because if you can, you've obviously found some extra hours in the day that I can't seem to find, but we appreciate your diligence and your professionalism and how you manage the meetings. It's a lot, especially some of our meetings.
And manage us as well.
And manage us as well. And Catherine, thank you so much too. I mean, this is a sacrifice. It's, we all wear a lot of other hats outside of here, so we appreciate everybody's contributions, but especially you and Jim and your time here on the council. So, with that, just want to first off congratulate the fire department.
Yes.
On your award for the Class 2 fire insurance rating. Great to see that our leadership there and staff, that you guys are getting recognized for enforcing the standards that are either meeting or exceeding the state standards. So thank you guys. That's a big accomplishment. Again, I want to echo thanks to DVDA, Main Street Board, Post 144 for the Veterans Celebration, the Boo Fest. Those are tremendous events and continue to provide great entertainment for our residents. So, lastly, someone brought this to my attention this afternoon late. The Gaston Community Foundation is providing drop-off locations for food and monetary donations for those that are facing food shortages right now with the government shutdown. So I don't know if, Miles, maybe it's possible for us to put something out, like push it out on our social media tomorrow, and maybe our website. I can get you that link.
Who's that through? Share it.
Gaston Community Foundation. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you. I'll just say a few things. Veterans Day celebration, those of us who attended, it was a great event. Again, thanks to the DVDA and everyone, and Susan Martello for helping organize it. Hood Memorial is having their fundraiser on Friday, November 7th, the Porta Pit fundraiser. I think they're offering chicken from 10 a.m. until sold out. I think there were ribs, but those were only pre-ordered, so that's usually a popular fundraiser, and it's this Friday from 10 o'clock until they sell out. Good luck to all of our candidates for municipal office, Alex and everyone else who's running tomorrow. It's I know how it is, and I'm sure everyone's just ready for it to be over, but you all have made it to the finish line, so good luck. And then just, thanks again, like everyone else, thank you, Catherine, for your last full regular meeting. We appreciate you stepping up, and I enjoyed the opportunity to work with you, and we'll miss you. So,
As I could have said, this could be my last.
well,
It's not gonna, make sure you thank people, just because it's not an election. Am I allowed to say that?
I don't know.
I've done it, so it doesn't matter.
so all right, is there anything, Miles, if you have anything?
No, sir.
All right. With all that being said, it is now time for lawsuit palooza. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143 through 1811A3, to consult with the city attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege with respect to the cases of Blakeney versus City of Belmont, Hinckley versus City of Belmont, North Carolina Department of Transportation versus City of Belmont, the Aqueous Film Forming Foam Products Liability Litigation, and ASF TAP NC2 LLC versus City of Belmont.
Break out popcorn.
I'll make, there you go.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion by Charlie, second by Alex. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now in closed session. We will take just a minute to remove the camera and turn the mics off. And